Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, March the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you very much. Thanks, William. All right, everybody. Well, what is happening? Unfortunately, we got some bad news from Boeing. China Air crash. Boeing is down today, BA. And it wasn't the MAX, but it was another one of their planes. But anyway, Boeing is down today. And the airline out of China was CEA, and they are down also. So unfortunately, that's bad news. So, other things happening. UTME. I didn't think I could see any news on this one. UTME, don't see any specific news for it, but it is up huge, 41%. China stock. Now, let's just take a look at KWEB. KWEB was a little bit light this morning, down 4%. Nothing huge, nothing up big, nothing down big, but interesting that particular China stock. I also think that PDD, I was hearing PDD also was up, PDD, whereas a lot of the China stocks are down. Yeah, PDD is really up. It's an earnings play. There, that's the reason. Okay, so earnings play for PDD. OIIM is up also today. I cannot see any specific news on it. Big gap up, 30%. Pretty good volume. Low float. Don't see any news on it. Looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance though, but again, we'll just have to wait until the market opens. Yeah, VLON. Hopefully nobody had this one. Holding this one. Horrible big down, 70% right now, down 70%. Negative data on their drug. It sounds like they probably only have the one drug. So some of the oil looked like, I think was on 108 this morning, so it's inching its way back up, and hence we've got things like MARPS, MARPS. Yeah, big pop. Not very much volume though. Only 26,000 shares, up 21%. The INDO, I think that was up 7%. A lot more volume. HUSA, HUSA. Of course, these are all the ones that were crazy a couple of weeks ago. Now, this was crazy a couple of weeks ago, but they sprung a financing. Hopefully, nobody was holding this one, IMMP. Really? Wait a minute. I must have the wrong one. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. It should have been IMPP. Okay. So I've got it listed wrong. They did a financing. So again, this was one of the crazy ones from a couple of weeks ago. But they've done a financing, and that has just crushed the stock right at 27 million shares. Down 41%. And this one just keeps doing its thing, guys. MULN. I mean, it's a choppy one to intraday trade, but man, oh man, MULN. Another nice gap up. Huge volume, 25 million already. Only 4.2 in the float, up 21%. MULN. No specific news on it today, but it's just been, wow, 90 cents about 6 days ago. Nielsen, an interesting one, NLSN, so they have rejected a buyout offer. And so this has thumped this stock down. They've rejected a buyout offer. BTBD. Okay, you are up, and again, I just don't see any reason for it. It's a low float, 3 million in the float, 45,000 shares are traded, 35%. I don't see any specific reason for it. Just looking at headlines, I see nothing. Pick from last week is still active, guys. Kid Pick, PIK up 18%, huge volumes. It'll again easily trade the float. Look at the volumes last on Friday and Thursday. It was how much was that volume? 124 million on Thursday, 110 on Friday. The high in Friday was what, 753. So you got close this morning, got up to about 718. Takes that out, and you know it could have another run. And RSN is a gap up on FDA clearance. This is Lou Gehrig's ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS. So this has got some room, and it's a low float stock out of Israel. 6 million in the float. 2.2 have traded already. The next high looking left is 221. So it does have some room. Some kind of a freight app that these guys have got. I sort of glanced at this press release, something to do with freight app, Mexico, etc. HUSN, another low float, 4.2 million in the float. You'll trade the float easily today. 200-day moving average is certainly far enough away. So that's a big gap up for HUSN. And it's some kind of a freight app. IMGN, gap down on negative data. Bio, of course. BBIG, cannot see any specific reason for this one. Of course, this one used to be really, really active. Don't see any specific reason on it, but it's up 20%, lots and lots of volume. This is one of those ones that is not a low float, 122 million in the float. Just as I was opening the room, Jivo was jumping up. Let me see, did it hold? Kinda. One World Alliance members to purchase up to 200 million gallons of sustainable aviation fuel per year from Jivo. Okay, so there's your news for Jivo. And as I'm speaking, KC, this one, of course, another active one all last week. KC is making another move. KC, not huge percent yet, but another China stock, KC. How is this one, is Roblox doing? Roblox. How is RBLX doing? That had a nice 3 days, so it's actually given some up now. Down. It's only down 1%. Actually, that's not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of RLBX, I think. Redbox. This one, Marinus, of course, had an interesting day to say the least on Friday. Alzheimer's drug got all the way up to the 200-day moving average, and then it just fell right back. And now it's down 9%, not a huge volume, 91,000, but it's also an earnings play, all right? So they released earnings before the market opened, and that is for MRNS. And this is a 32 million, not low, not high float. RDBX, that's what I meant to say, thank you. RDBX. And the All-G, let's see, the All-G, that gave me a nice end of the day trade on Friday. All-G, A-L-L-G, not doing very much. Well, it's down 7%, 21,000. Ooh, it is shortable now. Okay, this is the first day it is shortable. For me at Interactive Brokers. Just, not that I want to short it right now, but there is that option now. CNTB, actually I have it on my list, don't I? I know I saw it. Yeah, there it is. Gap down. Yeah, CNTB. Yeah, don't see any news on it. So, yeah, some of these, just don't see any news on it. I look at a headline and I don't see any reason for it gapping down. China, I mean, it's a China stock. So, not really much more to say. Was it halted up? Okay. It must have got halted. My minimum is 20,000 shares, so it must have halted before. It's obviously resumed now. Yeah, again, I just don't see any news on it. So okay, give me one moment, please. All right, back. ADM, guys, just to point this out, ADM is the trade of the week. So ADM is the trade of the week, considered live. So in theory, it is live now, but it is the pre-market. I didn't get an email actually, so I was told it is a trade of the week though. 84.50 is the trigger. So again, it's at this is pre-market. Yeah, I didn't get it. I don't know why, but we didn't get the. So I think. Yeah, I see. So at any rate, the trade of the week is ADM. Okay, and the trigger is 84.50. Again, it's pre-market. I'm not saying you have to get in right now. You trade it the way you want, of course. Got some stuff to get through. Okay, 9:14, a little bit late here, so I'm going to have to race through these. I just want to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. And we have a few upgrades, not too many downgrades. BlackBerry being upgraded by RBC for some reason. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'm going to take a look at AVPT. AVPT, the reason is, Goldman has downgraded it. AVPT, downgrade. In case you're looking at plan, by the way, PLAN, plan, this is a buyout, okay? So that's why it is flatlining right across here. And it looks like the buyout is around $66 a share, okay? That doesn't mean, okay, buy it because that's at 64, it's going to pop to 66. But at any rate, there is plan. All right, let's take a look at the sectors as we get prepared for this open in about 12 minutes. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar. And unfortunately, I don't know why, it's taking a while for this to get added. It doesn't matter in the pre-market, but I've been asking for this change from the open to be added to the columns here. Makes more sense once this market opens. Anyway, here, what we're seeing here, in case you're unfamiliar with this, these are the major ETFs. So for instance, here's XLE, this is energy, big energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up the energy ETF, XLE. 100% of them up from Friday's close. That's what that 100% means, okay? And let me just do a quick look at what energy is doing right now. I think it's around 108 maybe. Let me just do a check here. 112. Okay, I'm late. So yeah, so energy is really picking up. Remember last week at one point it was under 100. So it's at 112 here. And Western WTI 109. So yeah, so the energy stocks, that makes sense, 100%, and all those crazy little low floaters. Now, is there anything else that's happening that might be interesting? The market's market's basically flat right now. SPY is up like 7 cents, so the market is basically flat. You're looking at financials, 83% of them are above Friday's close. Tech, though, only 33% are above, 36% for communications. So anyway, we look at this maybe 15 minutes, half an hour after the market opens, and we could have a completely different picture. How did Kodak do? KODK after its crazy day on Friday? Yeah, you know what? I mean, it's still hanging tough. 100,000 shares. It's down 6 cents. Look, if it takes out that high, the high is 641. What did it get to this morning? Got up to 639 this morning. So it almost hit that high. I think the smart thing to do, just put an alert, price alert at 639, the pre-market high. That will get it close to Friday's high, and it'll also get right at the 200-day moving average. And that's exactly where it stalled. You can see that on Friday, within pennies anyway. Okay, one moment, please. All right, just looking to see if anything else is kind of popping in here on the way up or the way down. Well, Is Adm, it's a China stock. Yeah, so there's still some, some downward pressure on a lot of the China stocks still. BILI, XPEV, my guess is that the other one's NIO and LI. The other two China EVs, I'm sure they're down also. So China's been, obviously very volatile, shall we say. We had the big gap up on Wednesday, a little pullback on Thursday, and then a decent day on Friday. So, but before that big pop up on Wednesday, it was really drifting down. Taking a look at this MULN, the next high looking left is 367, 373. So this little area here. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. My little BHIL, still hanging tough here. This is the one that I'm swinging. And let's see, KC, yeah, KC is hanging in there. Hasn't really pulled back yet. Again, most of the China stocks are down. This one is not. KC hit a high on Friday of 769. Very rare. Yeah, Redbox. It's on the watch list. I mean, it's got a ton of room still, guys. I mean, the high on Friday was 350, but it's still at 269. It's still above this high here. No, just right at the highs here. That's 271 and 264, so right there. So it's still above this area here. And just got to wait and see to see if it can keep blasting through here. The big attraction, of course, is when you look left. The next high is way up here at 526, and it's a low float situation. A ton of volume already. Anyway, just give me a moment, please. I just have to make an adjustment to a couple of my watch lists. PRVB, I don't think I saw that one. Might be buried down a little bit here. PRVB, I don't see PRVB. That's why, because it's only up 1.5%, but hey, you never know. Once the market opens, it's had a nice 4-day run, sorry, from 627 to 789. Yeah, I didn't get it either. So it's ADM. ADM is the trade of the week. 84.50 is the trigger. Okay, I didn't get it either. So I don't. Must be a problem. Something going on with their email system. Did not send it out. So ADM is the trade of the week. So again, in theory, it's well, in theory, I mean, it has triggered. If you look at the pre-market, 84.50 is the trigger. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else kind of sneaking in here. Yeah, I don't see anything else on my pre-market actives up or down that I haven't really taken a look at. Well, I suppose FSRD, 21,000 shares, FSRD, Fast Radius. I'm not sure what these guys do. Cloud manufacturing, digital supply chain. Okay, so it's not a low float. 49 million in the float. It's up 15%. Not a huge amount of volume. Sets fourth quarter and full year earnings call for Wednesday. So they've got earnings coming up on the 30th. I don't know. I saw a shop, but I don't know why it's down. Maybe just some profit taking. I have no idea. I don't see any specific news on it. Thank you, William. Yes, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of try to let things settle down a little bit. I will be looking at my 10-day daily breakdown. Right now, the market is just flat. And we're going to be open 2, 1, boom. Here we go. Here we go, guys. We're now open. Again, just looking at some of the quick hitters this morning and see if they're maintaining MULN. Actually, it's not doing too badly. MULN is still kind of holding, and the spread isn't crazy. There you go. Zach's saying Google's going to take on Shop and Amazon. Okay. All right, a little pop here now for Nielsen, guys. NLSN, they rejected a buyout. They rejected a buyout, and but it's moving well now on that rejection of the buyout. NLSN, I mean, it's down 14%. CHEK. Yeah, not too many of us are, look at stocks under $1, but so I have no idea what's going on with Czech. I mean, it's doing nothing. It's up 1.5%. So I don't know. I mean, I see what you're looking at, but yeah, most of us in this room Doesn't mean you can't talk about it, but it's not, I don't see anything right now anyway, nothing exciting about it. All right, Givo's kind of been up and down. It got down to 466, back up to 490. The pre-market highs were 493 or so. Did have some news this morning. If it does take out 5, the next high is looking left on the weekly. I see 490, 497. Yeah, 532 looks like the next high looking left on the weekly chart for Givo. All right, Cleveland Cliffs, CLF, super active stock. This is starting to gap up here. CLF, but it is early. Well, the one that shall not die, GME is having a big pop, and its cousin AMC is having a pop also. Yeah, a lot of volume. Look at the volume that is coming into MULN. 16 million shares right here on that opening candle. This is only 4. Wow. I mean, and there's no specific news on it today. Okay, no specific news on it today. CLF, guys, CLF is a ripping here. 478 million in the float. So this is not. There is actually some news to fully redeem its 9.8% senior secured note due, etc., etc. And the first candle for the SPY is green right now. So what? So you know, the NAS is down. I mean, basically everything is flat. I mean, there's no real activity. I'm watching PIK, which is starting to drift down. So we've got X and CLF, guys. X and CLF. Early morning rippage. Boy, it doesn't seem that long ago when U.S. Steel was like a $6 stock. Unbelievable. Now, you would have waited a year. You know, if you had held it all through this, you would have had dead money for about a year here, but if you look at the monthly chart for U.S. Steel, 3660, that looks like the next high looking left, 3660. That's on a monthly chart. Yeah, Hood, guys. Hood on the way down here. Hood. H-O-O-D. Hood. I don't know why this is getting lumped into HubSpot data hack affected 30 clients, including BlockFi, Swan, Bitcoin, CoinDesk, or CoinDesk reports. Yeah, I don't know why Hood is in that particular headline. Anyway, Hood on the way down, guys. H-O-O-D. The next low looking left is around 12.50 at 12.44. So it's got about 44 cents to that. I don't know. I haven't heard. Canadian Pacific, I haven't heard. Work stoppage. Yeah, there's a work stoppage, I guess. Yeah. Wow, hood. Wow. The other one moving down, of course, the cruisers. Not, I should say of course, but yeah, the cruisers, CCL. Riot's on the way up here. Riot. Bitcoin play. Riot. How's Mara doing? MARA. Doing the same thing. So Mara and Riot are moving higher here. BTBT, guys, BTBT kind of held the gap and starting to move here. BTBT and a low float, very low float, 3 million in the float. The next high looking left, it's not that far away, you know, 260, that 260 level. And you're talking about the stock's at 236 right now. All right, I'm looking at PIK, really giving it up. Kodak, really giving it up. So those two are not in play right now. This one that was up in the pre-market, OIIM, still hanging in there, 20 million in the float. Could not see any specific reason for it being up. However, looks like there's a ton of resistance very close to where it is now. So, and this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, you know, a break of 4 could get this one rolling down. Here's one, guys. Wow, didn't see this in the pre-market really at all. VCSA on the way up here. The next high looking left on that monthly. So the high was 11. See if there's any specific news on this one. Don't see any specific news for VCSA. 62 million in the float, so it's not low, not high. Well, here's your news on it. The target was cut from 26 to 21, so still quite a bit above. You know, I mean, the next high looking left, 12.11 for CGNT. Boy, Nielsen had a great run off that 19 level. NLSN. I guess it got down to 1966 in the pre-market. So it was a $2 run from the lows in the pre-market for Nielsen and NLSN. They rejected a buyout. Uranium is CCJ. Here's Cameco, guys. CCJ, all-time high for CCJ. Big uranium play. Yeah, Diddy had a great day on Friday, tremendous day, and now it's above that high, but looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance. You know, look at that daily chart. Looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance. Remember, I mean, it's got 4 billion in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to keep it moving. All right, we're almost into the first 15 minutes. That's when I really start to take a look at some of the things that may be setting up a little more in a more stable way, rather than being jumpy. CCJ just ripping here, guys. All-time high for CCJ. Look at the other uranium plays: UEC, DNN, URG, quadruple U. Lots of uranium. So uranium is hot this morning. Yeah, so Shady was shorting this IMJN. Now, the next low looking left is 357. So on a couple of days there, so might get a little bit of room down to that level. Again, this had news, bad news, negative data. All right, one of the flyers in the pre-market was UTME, and UTME is now giving it up. UTME starting to give it up. Oh, this is shortable too for me at Interactive Brokers. I could not see any specific reason for it being up, but it is definitely starting to drift down. Look at the next low looking left, of course, is way down here. I love it when I just can't see any reason for it. I don't see any new news for it. It's a China stock. That's about all I know. Okay, so starting to get some of the gap down and reversals, or the gap scan. Obviously the Nielsen. Wow, look at the Nielsen, just absolutely ripping off the lows. This is a big gap down and reverse for NLSN. As opposed to a gap down and go for TCOM, China stock, TCOM. And the next low looking left is 21.29, so it's got about 50 cents to those lows. Okay, NRSN, guys, is a gap up and go right now. NRSN, what sort of room does it have? So you look left on the not 236, so it's right there. That's the next high looking left on the daily chart. And then the next high up here is 287, so this still has some room. 6 million in the float, so it's a low float. Obviously, it's traded the float. I shouldn't say obviously, but it is traded the float already. 7 million in the has traded, 6 million in the float. Meanwhile, yeah, the two X and CLF guys both making new highs. Just keeping an eye on KWeb, not really doing too much. Still hanging around that, this is what he did in the pre-market. Really hasn't deviated much. Just keep trying to get a feel for where these China stocks could go today. When we look at FUTU, I mean, my goodness, I mean, it was down, up, down. All right, Kodak is really sinking now. So Kodak becomes a potential short here, guys. KODK, I mean, obviously the reason is that look left, look at all the room it's got. Had a crazy day on Friday. I know it had something to do with IMAX and had earnings, I guess, on the 15th, but all right, VET is a gap up and go. Energy play, VET. The next high looking left is 2095. So you can kind of see if it gets to 21. The next high is 2179. So it has a little bit of room in it. Meanwhile, remember NIO? Remember NIO was running before the market opened, and now look at it now. NIO, I'm sure XPEV and LI are doing exactly the same thing. Now KWeb is starting to give it up, guys. KWeb is starting to give it up now. So the China stocks are starting to fall here. Now, which one was that one that was actually up this morning? Was an earnings play. All right, guys, so the China stocks are now starting to fall. I'm just looking at KWeb here, and a pretty big candle now, pretty big red candle now for KWeb on that, the second 15-minute candle. Remember the first one kind of, testing the direction. Had a little high here, a little low there. This looks a little more ominous here. GRNA could be interesting. The high was 12.50. Well, it's about 50 cents away. The high on Friday was 12.50, GRNA. Straight up so far for CCJ. I could not chase this one, CCJ. All right, this one got halted. I haven't seen this one for a while. This Bone Biologics, BBLG. BBLG got halted. It's a low float, 7 million in the float. I mean, what's the volume like? Yeah, decent volume. Okay, so 7 million in the float. So BBLG just got halted. The next high on the monthly chart is way up here at 678. So if this holds, I mean, this has got some room. The daily chart, not quite as good. 380, looks like 380 is the next high in the daily. It's just thumbnailed, Timothy. I just had Kodak thumbnailed from Friday on my thumbnail charts that I got. Okay, just because it was so active. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, just because it was so active on Friday, I wanted to just keep an eye on it, see what would happen today. It is? It's looking good, really? All right, my experiment is over, guys. I actually did take some out, but I'm no longer in the BHIL. Did okay, nothing great. My experiment of holding something for longer than 3 or 4 days. Well, guys, I mean the China stocks now are picking up. Picking down. I mean they're picking up on the way down. How's that? All right, guys, TCOM continues down here. Now, the next low looking left for TCOM is 2142. Takes that out. Look out below. Of course, the China stock, if the China stocks keep moving down, so I'd be watching this level right there for TCOM, 21, what did I say, 2142, 2142. Takes that out, and if the China stocks continue to keep moving down, now, again, on the way up, NRSN though, NRSN coming right into, potentially some resistance. You look right there. All right, what happened here? Okay, give me a moment here. I'm going to X this out. Here we go. So it actually tried to poke its head above that area, talking about NRSN. If it can get above 287, I mean looks like its all-time high is around 470. All right, guys, I'm just looking at, trying to keep an eye on K-Web. See if it just keeps continuing down. Yeah, I mean, look at BTBD, I mean, was up here at 240, back down, got all the way back down to 2. So this is very erratic. Yeah, Mullen is doing his, MULN to me is just kind of doing his thing. I mean, big topping tail up here, 384, all the way down to 335. Now, I have an alert. That's right. This is potential short, guys. OIIM. OIIM, guys. I mean, it's starting to really drift down. Didn't see any specific news on it. So, and it's got a lot of room. I mean, look at this, 315, 320 or so. So, this is the one that Goldman recommended as a well, it was a downgrade from Goldman, AVPT, not really doing much. Meanwhile, those low float stocks like Indo, etc., I believe are all giving it up. No, maybe not. HUSA, HUSA is not giving it up. Really liking this OIIM for a potential short. It's down back to that 390 level. 390. I'll probably take this short, guys. This is not a recommendation. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at. Why? Because it's got a ton of room underneath. I also don't see any news on it. Don't see any specific reason why it's up. I mean, I'm sure there must be some reason, but I don't see it. Yeah, meanwhile, NRSN, guys, this is challenging that 3 level now. NRSN challenging the next high looking left. Well, that was 285. So, I mean, this has got room now. 285, low float, 6 million. Look out, guys. This could really start to rip here. Look at the volume that came in also. 17 million have traded already. This is going to trade the float multiple times, of course. I just stick an alert at the high here. It touched that high up here at 312. I mean, look, it's got all this room. 455 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, 332, and then 377. So yeah, they did have some new. Yeah, so they had FDA clearance for an ALS drug. Really? Okay, I didn't know that. Somebody's saying there was a buyout offer at 550 for OIIM. Maybe they've rejected it. Oh yeah, you're right. I do see that on the 18th. Received a proposal, but maybe nothing's coming of it. I don't know. Or they're reject. This continues down now, guys. This MRNS, this is an earnings play. The big news on Friday, actually, didn't they get FDA approval? This is an Alzheimer drug, I believe. Well, the NRSN poked its head above 3 again. Just kind of hanging there right now. Nothing happening from the AI yet. All right, BEKE on the way down. Another one, a little bit like the TCOM, you know, it's got to take out this 1160. Well, actually, that's far enough away. 1160 is the next low looking left for a BEKE, another China stock. Meanwhile, guys, NRSN, yes, NRSN is just ripping here. Yeah, Molten is back up. I just find it hard to trade. It's that simple. But you're right. MULN is right back up. Bottoming tails. Sellers try to knock this down. Remember, the buyers had it up here also, 385. The sellers took really big control of this, knocking it down 60 cents, which is a lot on a $3 stock. So, yeah, there's no trades yet. Yeah, well, no, I don't want to call them trades. There were no alerts yet from the AI today. Not yet. How's the trade of the week doing? ADM? Well, trigger was 84.50, guys. So if you took it, it was in the pre-market at that level. So if you took it, you're in the money. ADM. And more importantly, I mean, this is almost an all-time high. ADM, the all-time high is 87.99. So yeah, PIK is dumping here. Yeah, I see it. I've got it thumbnailed. Not doing anything other than losing. Well, you know, NRSN, guys, I don't know what else to say. I mean, NRSN, this was the one. This was the big one today. Look at that, 121%. ALS drug, I believe. Is that right? No. Yes. FDA clearance for an ALS drug. Meanwhile, uranium probably, yeah, a little bit of a pullback, CCJ. So the uranium stocks are just going crazy right now. UEC, CCJ, quadruple U, DNN, Urge. I mean, there's just a ton of them. NXE. What is my alert? I have no alert price now. I mean, I'm just saying the high is 470. All-time high is 470. I admit I'm just keeping an eye on that OIIM. I want to see it really take this out. I'd like to short this one just because it had this, gap down here is at 320. Yeah, you can only see it on your TI platform, okay? You just go to, yeah, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then it's right here, TI strength. Wherever you are, right here, strength alerts, okay? You don't get an email. Just go to your toolbar, click on strengths, and they're all here. And that's, in essence, the email you get, okay? Most of my news comes from Interactive Brokers, Joey. The headline news from Interactive Brokers. I mean, we do have news up here, but I don't find that it's. I mean, it's okay, but if I had to, I mean, I just use Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, guys, KWeb now starting to really give it up. Yeah, I do have a scan. It's called unusually strong options volume. Okay, I don't trade options, but I do have a scan that looks at stocks with unusually strong options volume, both on the way up and the way down. Okay, I'm sharing a lot of scans. What time is it right now? 10:08. So yeah, if you go to my homepage, I go over this in about 15 minutes, but. Sneak preview, if you go to my homepage and go to my scan section, okay, and then you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing, including that one I was just highlighting, the unusually strong options volume. Yeah, the chart colors. First of all, Pamela, I wouldn't. You're looking at the AI from within the channel bar. I wouldn't do that, in my opinion. I know what you're talking about, but yeah, the charts you can customize the colors though. Okay, but this is what I would do. Just click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. This is all you should focus on, in my opinion. Okay, and then when you click on an alert, it's going to load into your charts. I know you're looking at it, but the charts are customizable. If you right click and go to select chart style and then color and grid. So you can pick any kind of basically any type of color you want. But I think you're talking about this. This is not how I would watch the AI. Yeah, so you're talking this one right here, yeah. I mean, the problem is if you make a change here and then you come back, so you can do this, you can select the chart style, make your change, but if you come back to it, you leave it and then come back, the change is not saved. Okay? The reason being is that this is, all the settings are in essence for everybody. The fact you want to make a change, I agree. I don't know why they did it, but that's not how I'd watch the AI. I would take this window but I think the easiest thing to do is just go click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window. Click on any profitable trades and just follow that all day long. Okay, that's what I would do. It's going to hit 100, guys. It's going to hit 100. We know that. Every time we laugh about it, but it's going to hit 100. Well, I shouldn't say it like that, okay? But GME, I mean, it just will not die. Had earnings last week. Got all the way down to 70 something, 78, I think, the day of its earnings. It just will not die. TCOM, I lost sight of it. TCOM is the one I wanted. This was a gap down and go. It had a little pop up here. And now look at it, TCOM, China stock. Well, so much for any resistance now, guys. I mean, NRSN, the next high looking left is 470. This takes out that. I mean, this is going to be an all-time high for NRSN. I know it sounds crazy, but put a. In fact, what did it get to today? 477. Yeah. So stick an alert up here. I know it sounds crazy. It actually took out that high briefly, the 470 high briefly. But because of that float, look at the volume, 37 million. So it's traded the float 6 times, probably on its way to about 10 to 12 times today. Well, paint dry right now. OIIM. I was hoping it would get back down into the 70s and 60s. It just may not be worth watching. And the volume, though, for NRSN, look at the increasing volume. Well, actually, I have 264 as the relative volume. What? All right, guys. Man, I had a difficult time trying to trade that NRSN on selling it, but I did take some out. I got in really late, guys. I'm not in like way down here, but you know what I was saying right here, that 480 break, that high. Wow. Yeah, and I suppose in theory I could say I chased it, but I get hung up on when they make new highs, all-time highs, and when they have news, and the news is about ALS. Again, I don't know if they can ever make money, but they did get FDA clearance, so I mean that's all traders are looking at, and that little float. Wow, look at this. Oh. Forget about the OIIM. Huh. I think I know what my new series, as I call it, of what makes this trade great is going to be. NRSN. How's the components? Will you get news? Oh, I have no idea what stage. I have zero idea. All it says is FDA clearance of IND for Prime C for treatment of it. That's all I read. I have no idea You know, I didn't go in any depth. Well, I have no idea where it's going to halt, if it gets halted, no idea. I mean, it's a computer program, of course. It'll just get triggered. Almost looks like it's halted there. In fact, there. Wow, just got halted there. You can just see when the trading started to stop. That's where it got halted. Well, how about that for a start? Meanwhile, another one that got halted and resumed, guys, is BBLG. Another little bio, 7 million in the float. Another little bio. And the high, 678, is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. And that is the same on the weekly chart, I believe. Yeah, 678 or so. So, I don't know what the deal on this one is. As an important supply agreement, has been partnering with a musculoskeletal transplant foundation, etc., etc. So there is some news, I guess, on this one. And it's moving. I mean, now this is maybe the next one. I mean, this is not an all-time high, but you might look at this and go, well, why isn't this an all-time high or getting close to it? I believe what happened with this one is it changed its name or its symbol. So it looks like it started trading, right around here as BBLG, which it did. But I think before that it was something else. Now, let's take a look at, so right now, so there's the halt for NRSN, 614. So it doesn't look good as we speak on where it's going to open. This can change, of course. I mean, I'm not worried because I'm in, quite a bit lower, and I have taken some out. The halt was at 10:17 plus 50 seconds. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll be at 10:22 plus 50 seconds. Well, that got me up, guys. I mean, that woke me up. Man, oh man. Yeah, I mean, that can change, Ricky. I mean, it's, it's showing, showing 575, 575, but that can change. I mean, this is not written in stone or anything like that. That can change. But of course, if you were in this one, you'd want to see a price above that halt price, but you see how it changes. Let's just keep it here. What did I say? 10:17. So 10:22 plus 50 seconds. So a little over a minute if this is a 5-minute halt. And this can change. As you can see it changing. This is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah, I'm just going to forget about OIAM. It's and on the BBLG though, also, I mean, this is another low float. Doesn't have quite the same type of news, I think, that the other one does, but I mean, traders are just looking for another low float bio. That's all they're doing. I'm not in this one. I'm going to put the NRSN up and see what it does open at. So here we go, 581. So if it is, should be opening in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. So it just opened. Okay. So it did have a drop. However, it's coming right back up, guys. It's coming right back up. And I mean right back up. And there we go. Just took out the high. Just took out the high. Wow. No kidding. I'd like to add another couple of parentheses there, Zach. Closed parenthesis. All right, guys, I've taken some more. I don't have very much left. I mean, I just don't have very much left. I don't know where this is going, but yeah, I mean, you might get it. I don't have very much left, but I have, listen, if it gets to 8, I'll be very happy also. Now, the warrants are going crazy. So if this gets halted again, the warrants are going crazy also. Well, it's kind of hard to watch anything else other than this one right now. So nice base here in the pre-market. Look at that base in the pre-market, just at around $2. So, and the first, yeah, I mean the first 15-minute candle did not give any sort of a clue that this explosion was coming. You know, it was already up a lot in the pre-market. But look at it now, 330%. This was a dollar close at what, 157? Well, guys, okay, 1026. Yeah, the trade of the week, I don't think it got sent out for some reason. Anyway, the trade of the week is ADM. And ADM actually, well, it triggered. 84.50 was the trigger. So it got up to 87.50. That was the trigger. It is pulling back now. So if you didn't get it the first time, you can always wait if you want. So the trigger was, again, 84.50 for ADM. All right, I'm all completely out of the NRSN, guys. So, wow. All right, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. I always like to start off with my home page. There's a lot of information on my home page. So when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. Give me a moment. Come on. Okay, this is what you're going to see. So the promo code is still alive. My guess is that it'll be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so the promo code of Patty20, St. Patrick's Day promo code is still alive. So it's Patty20 for 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see we have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly premium standard. So the premium is $2,000 less the 20%, so that brings it down to $1,600. Standard's $1,000 less the 20%, brings it down to $800. All right. The big difference is the AI, which has done nothing yet today. I was going to say I'll go over it, but there's no alerts yet today from the AI. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You can always go monthly. In fact, don't take out an annual plan unless you know you want this program, all right? You can always just start off with a monthly, $118, $228. You can apply that 20% discount to the first month only, okay? But if you decide you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 20%. Otherwise, this is what you'll pay going forward if you maintain a monthly plan. But do not take out don't take an annual plan out. There's no rush. Try us out for a month. You can still get the 20%, and you can still get the 20% if you upgrade. So there's no rush to take out an annual plan. The reason I say that is that you've got to look at the terms and conditions of our refund policy. So you have to make sure you want an annual subscription. All right, 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every morning. Normally, I didn't get the email either, but it is ADM. I have it right on the screen here, ADM, and the trigger was 84.50. I don't know why it didn't get sent out, but it didn't get sent out, or at least when I looked at it. Normally, you get about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do. I wonder what it's going to be. And education. We have a big education section. We've got a great big user guide now, all searchable. We have introductory lessons. Let me just go over the user guide briefly. It is segmented, okay? So you want to learn more about alert windows and top list windows, alerts and filters. You want to learn more about our stock races right here. So this is all done here. And also, if you click on the full table of contents, this is all searchable, okay? But if I were starting out with trade ideas, I would just take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. It goes over all the basic features. You know, what is a top list, creating a top list, what's an alert window, creating alert windows, etc. Okay, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly. Daily support. So in our YouTube room, which I moderate at the same time as the main room, I do take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over. At noon. Today should be Sean, and he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Also, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern Time, Chris Varley takes over in our YouTube room. Okay. Daily webinar. So we are on the Monday-Wednesday rotation this week. So there is one today and Wednesday. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, completely new, or you're just looking for a bit of a refresher, a great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It starts off with what is a stock. So this is all free. All this is free. Now, obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas if you want my scans. Okay, so here are my scans that I am sharing. Of note, a lot of people ask, well, what do I do in the pre-market? Gap up and gap down. Pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, but especially these 2. I've been using this format for years and years and years. I really don't deviate. So here are all my scans that I am sharing. So, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas, okay? Now, I went over the scans that I'm sharing. We're also sharing a lot of scans here. So if you click on from our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, you'll see these are themed channels, okay? Themed channels. So for instance, if I click on the Momentum channel, this is what you're going to see. So if you looked at this, and here's the format, okay, with all the scans I'm sharing and any scans that you see here, if you right-click, configure, summary, and you're going to see what the scan is looking for. Okay, and that's what, just in English language, it's going to tell you what the scan is looking for. You can always make changes, of course, if you don't like the price range. You don't like that price range. And my scans, of course, the same thing. So if you want to say 10 and 100, I click on the summary, and you see now it says 10 and 100. I can say OK. So what I'm really trying to show you here is that you can go through the different channels, and then you can start extracting scans that we have created, saving them to the cloud. You go to another channel, you see something you like, you can save it to the cloud. You don't have to make any changes, but I just showed you, you can make, changes if you want. And you can just start saving things to the cloud. Now a note about this, because if I go to, the earnings channel, not too many earnings really. We're not really in earnings season, but this is the earnings channel. So down after earnings, up after earnings, okay? But if I go back to the momentum channel, then I right click, configure, and the summary. See, it goes back to 1 in 50. So the fact that you made a change, so in other words, what I'm really trying to show you here is that when you make a change to anything in the channel, it's not saved. The reason being is that you may want a different price range, but others may not. So the channels are for everybody, in other words. But the idea then is if you want to make any changes, just save it to the cloud. And then you can bring back the scans that you've saved from the channels, bring them back one at a time, and then you can create your own layout without actually having to know how to build any scan from scratch if you don't want to. Now, of course, if you do want to create your own scans, no problem. Right-click, an alert window, configure, and now search. So you'll see here, when you see these icons, these are all of the alerts that we have. And then when it comes to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. Please don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. We have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So what we decided as a company, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we thought if we created enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? But don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Just go to my home page, Sam. Go to my home page and go to the scan section. Here's my link again. Okay, here's my home page. Just go to my home page and go to the scan section. All the scans I'm sharing are there. Okay, give me a moment, please. My headset just died. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. So normally at this point, I take a look at this, at the AI, but there are no alerts yet, so I just nothing really to talk about. When you do get an alert, you'll have an alert price. You don't have to get in right at the time. You have a stop. You don't have to, and that's probably all I would just watch that all day long. Use it like a watch list. Yeah, the suggestion, always the suggestion, okay? And you know that. So there's the AM. What was it? ADM. So you've had a pullback now for ADM. So yeah, the suggested entry was 84.50. And actually, that was in the pre-market. You could have got in the pre-market. I'm just going to check my email. See if it did actually show up later. Yeah, I don't see it. There must be something going on there. So yeah, I know it went out on the YouTube channel, but most people are, you know, like me, just waiting for it on my in my email. All right, guys. NRSN. Okay, guys, what time is it now? It is 10:41. Let me just go over this window here called Brokerage Plus. The big blue window that you see, it's called Brokerage Plus. All right, so the window is called that's what we call it, Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our app. If you're using a web-based version, this is not available. So what is it all about? Well, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas using this window. But you need an IB or E-Trade account. The link I put in here has 2 videos. The short video shows you how you can connect to your E-Trade account or to your Interactive Brokers account, okay? And then trade from within. The second video, a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, okay? Now, please, again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Just means this feature is not available to you. But, you know, first and foremost, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. But this is a feature that we have if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Now, the other huge reason for it, though, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first. You know, it's a great simulator, paper trader, simulator, whatever you want to call it, and it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker. Man, look at this on my watch list here. 231. That was pretty good. Doesn't matter who your broker is. All right, you can. I'm sorry, lost my train of thought there. You don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use our simulator, but you don't even need a broker. In other words, if you're still, figuring out who your broker might be down the road. But you do want to practice trading, you can use it. And all you need is our standard service. Okay, standard service. And then you can practice trading. You click on an alert. First of all, when you look at this, it'll say not connected. You just click on sim, and then it'll change to select account, and then select simulated trading default. Now you're ready to go. When you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares, the price, etc. So please practice trading before you commit money to the market. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money, with a live account. Now, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money in a live account, but I almost guarantee if you can't do it in a simulator, forget about trying to make money in a live account. It looks like last week's trade of the week, which did not work. We had two sensational ones before last week. The energy prices went down below 100, so rig, was very tied to what was happening. But this week, actually, rig looks like it's not bad. Okay, what is the market doing? I haven't even really looked at the market now. Well, actually, since I last looked, so the NAS is down, Dow's down, and SPY is down. And of course, completely concentrating on the NRSN. This is your definition. You might hear the term alpha stock. This is your definition of an alpha stock. Doesn't care what the market's doing at all. Okay, trading to its own beat. Okay, that is a definition of an alpha stock. And it may not be over. Takes out that now it's just as I was speaking, it just dropped about $1. I was going to say, if it takes this out, and it looked like it tried to, takes out that 650 mark, looked like it could get rolling again, but meanwhile, I know I mentioned VET a long time ago, but who could watch VET when NRSN was doing its thing? But VET on the way up. This is a gap up and go. BTU, another one, gap up and go. Peabody. Well, nice gap up for Peabody actually. This of course had a tremendous run starting on the 25th of February until March the 4th. VYGR, let's take a look at VYGR. Yeah, nice little breakout here, over 840, a nice little breakout. Is there any specific news on it? So this is not today's news, but Pfizer and Novartis are betting on this under the radar biotech. Should you? Anyway, this was news on the 19th. All right, Bed Bath & Beyond is, of course, a big meme stock. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just if not really paying that much attention to these guys anymore. But hey, I mean, BBBY, I mean, the high, 24.49. I remember this day here, I think they were talking about maybe a potential buyout by somebody or looking, I don't remember. Anyway, well, I do remember. I think that was the reason, but it lost virtually everything. This was what we see here is 30.70, but actually in the pre-market, I think it was up around 38 on that day, I think. So that was a huge drop from the pre-market highs all the way down to about 21. I think there was about a $17 drop. Well, let's take a look at my watch list. So obviously the NRSN was not much more to say about it. The alert was at 9:45. The price was 231, and you can see right there. It had lots of time to get in, lots of time. Before it absolutely took off. And on the short side, the PIK, 557. I mean, it got down to 530. Nothing spectacular there, but certainly on the NRSN, probably couldn't have a better alert on something like that. Doesn't trade up. Wait a minute. I don't think it trades options, NRSN. No, doesn't trade options, so it would not show up on my option volume scanner. Give me a moment here, guys. I did see RVSN, Cam. I don't know if I saw ANTX. I did definitely see RVSN because I'm pretty sure I have my alert set for it. As you see, I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, RVSN, yeah, 2 million between 8 and 10. I didn't see ANTX, but I'll put it down. Who is behind it, and, well, more importantly, how many shares and the potential price. So I can put that in. 4,014,000. Thank you. And who's behind it? You remember who's behind it? Ah, interesting. Okay, well, certainly some bigger names. Cowan and up. Okay, well, who knows? $14. It's not quite the low price, but certainly 4 million. Very low float. Well, let's see if they open. You know, look at all these ones that have still not opened. We've got AUST, INTS, JW, JUNS. You know, none of these have opened. All right, guys, keep an eye on GRNA. I mean, it's mildly positive. That's not the deal, though. Not very much volume, though. I just, saw this one came in my scan on Friday because of what it did on Friday. The high on Friday was 1250, so it's just a little bit below there. Obviously, we need volume, okay, GRNA. But if it can take out that high, the next high looking left is way up here at 1580. So I am just going to stick an alert, say around 1263 for GRNA. So the idea then is if I do get the alert, but if it's on no volume, I don't care. I won't, I'm not interested. It's got to have some volume. And that is the GRNA. This NRSN doesn't look like it's completely over, guys. NRSN, I actually do have an alert set up here around 650. I may be induced to take some if it takes that out. I'm all out of it now, so I'm completely out of it now. This would just be what I would call a modest risk for me. I'm not gonna go crazy. Another one, guys, that was super active last week, MXCT. What sort of room does it have? Yeah, it doesn't. To me, it just doesn't have enough room. It has earnings after hours tomorrow. Well, I'm definitely going to stick 2 alerts here. So there's the high of the day alert also for NRSN. Of course, this is a lifetime high now. All right, guys, just keep an eye on that NRSN. If it gets the volume coming back in, All right, guys, it is getting frisky again, the NRSN. Yeah, I completely forgot about, well, didn't forget about it. I just decided I didn't care about it anymore, the OIMM. But, you know, I mean, 431 is the pre-market highs. Guys, the NRSN is definitely alive again. Big, big, if it can take out that high. I mean, that's all traders are looking at. What was the high? And, well, and the volume. Look at the volume. What time is it right now? 10:59. So there's another 15 seconds before this closes. So it'll at least, you know, basically be about the same as this volume bar right there. What you'd love to see, though, is something like that one, you know, on the next one, and that might just pop it right through. Yeah, BBLG had no follow through whatsoever. Oh, I haven't even looked at your. Haven't had a chance to look at your topping plays or your no bounce plays yet that I can see anyway. From Zach Scan, I have seen some topping plays, and most of them. I shouldn't say that. NRSN, of course, you would have killed. NRSN was not shortable for me, thank goodness. All right, so this is showing up on your topping scan, Zach, Figs, Figs. So when we look left, what do we see? 2095, is that right? Yeah, it looks like that's the next, yeah, that's the next high looking left on the daily chart is 2095 for Figs. All I'm doing right now. Oh, how did that VCSA do? 933. Oh, it came right back down. Ooh, that would have been a nice short. 937 all the way down to that took out $1. We talked about this one early. Agri alive. Take a look at Agri, AGRI. Yeah. Well, the next high looking left is what, 432. So again, the seed stocks are agricultural stocks. How's seed doing specifically? And RKDA, somebody was mentioning, I think Zach or somebody was talking about RKDA. Yeah, it's getting really close to that 200-day moving average. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Remember I said really can change, of course. We looked at this about 10 minutes before the market opened. Let's take a look now. Yeah, still waiting for that change from the open, guys. It just doesn't tell me enough. But, energy, all the energy plays are still above Friday's close. Doesn't tell me what the change has been, though, since they opened. Unless we can, get that change from the open. I mean, I know we can do it manually, but we keep asking. I feel sorry for keep asking for it to be added, and it's not hard. It just hasn't been done. When we first saw financial, for instance, I think it was about 83% were up. Tech is still down. Communications has made a bit of a comeback. I think when we saw that about 10 minutes, I think about 20% of them were up. Now it's about 50-50. Man, it's too bad this volume isn't better for the GRNA. I mean, you can just look here, guys. I mean, the high, it's taken out Friday's high, and you look left, and 1580 is the next high looking left. I mean, it was just the volume is so light. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, not frozen. I just haven't changed the screen. I'm back. So let's take a look at MRNS. Boy, I mean, this is just drifting, drifting, drifting. Now the low of Friday was 850, so it's getting close to that low. Had that big pop Friday late to do with Alzheimer's. Sold off, and then today is it's actually earnings for it, and the reaction, of course, is not great. Might want to watch NLSN. Now, I don't know how dynamic it's going to be, but NLSN, you can kind of see right here. So the news on this one, first of all, is that they've rejected a buyout offer, so that just clobbered the stock in the pre-market, okay? But it rallied very well. 1963 looks like the lows in the pre-market. I mean, it got all the way up to 22.79. So, I mean, that's $3. But you can kind of see if it takes out 22 on the way down, it may have a, it may start to move back down again. So I'm going to stick an alert around 21.93 for NLSN. See if it takes out 22 and starts moving down from there. Because the next low looking left would be around $2 underneath. Maybe $1.60 underneath. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Alzheimer's, so I'm wrong. Okay, sorry about that, William. Thank you. For some reason, I thought it was Alzheimer's. Okay, so I'm wrong about the mRNS. It was not an Alzheimer's drug. Where can I find a list of strategies and the scans and description for each strategy? Well, it depends what you mean by that. I mean, are you like what are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about in our channel bar? Rev 22, version 2, version 20. Like what do you mean by a list of strategies? What strategies are you talking about? You talking about the AI strategies, or are you talking about in our channel bar? Are you talking about my alerts? Just need a little more information. My thoughts on Fig's high? Well, I mean, it showed up on Zach's topping tail scan or topping scan. It hasn't dropped yet. Coming into like 2095 is the next high looking left. No more thoughts on that. I guess I am looking eventually maybe to short this, but I don't know. Is there any specific news? I do see some news on it. I don't know who Jamie Pinto is, but he is appointed the new Chief Global Product and Sustainability Officer. Maybe he's some guy that people know. Serving 9 years at Under Armour, number of executive roles. So I mean, this is the news for Figs. So obviously, market is reacting well. I'd be looking at this area here though, at a potential stalling. So Rev, did you hear did you hear what I asked you? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, I wouldn't count that NRSN out completely. I mean, all it needs is, getting some more volume to come back in. Maybe taking out that 690. And if it takes out that 690, gets up to the 7, I mean, it could really start to run again. So this is the only one that showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown today, and it didn't really break down. So I'm talking about the IMGN, and this is actually now turned into a gap down and reverse to a certain extent. Okay, so Rev, what did you mean by a list of strategies and the scans and description for each strategy? Are you talking about the AI strategies? Are you talking about mine? Are you talking about the ones in our toolbar? So I just need a little more information. Meanwhile, the uranium plays guys are still alive here. What do I think of Zen V? I haven't seen that one. I don't think. I'm not sure I've ever seen it. But let's take a look at Zen V. The only issue really is that the volume is not good. I mean, it's up 24%. That's great. Low float. The volume, though, is just not that great. So, and it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance right around that 6 level. I mean, it's a great move, but on very little volume. So, nothing more I can really add. Was there news on it? I mean, they had earnings on the 16th, but other than that, the volume is just so low. Another one that's starting to really get higher here is the STNE, guys. STNE just took out Friday's high, and the next high looking left is, wow, 1561, is that right? No, 1434 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's got maybe, that may stall it, unfortunately. I wish that weren't there. If that were a clear shot to 1561 until we see the next high, this should be really, really interesting to look at, STNE. Okay, well, the idea, they're just ideas, okay? So if you look at any scan, this is what I would do. Any scan, okay? My scan, any scan from the toolbar, you can just sort of, like, for instance, take a look at the momentum scan, okay? I mean, some of them, should be somewhat obviously named, but if you right-click and configure and summary, it's going to tell you exactly what it's looking for, okay? Now, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. These are ideas, right? So, you look at the scan, just right click, configure and summary. It's going to tell you exactly what it's looking for. And that, should give you an idea about, the scan. Obviously a momentum scan, this is the key. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So obviously it's looking for some kind of a volume increase. And again, when you say how to trade them, well, that's where trading, experience comes into play. It doesn't mean you just take the trade just because you get an alert. That's why you've got to practice trading. Now the vault, you're looking at something from their old channel bar. The same thing, just right click on the scan, configure and summary. It's going to tell you what it's looking for. And I try to name my scans, that kind of makes sense. So a 10-day daily breakout, so a 10-day daily, so it's a breakout, like it looks at a 10-day high and it's broken above. Doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade, but now it becomes interesting. Low floaters on the move. I mean, a low float stock, something less than 20 million or on the move. Doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade, but now they become interesting. Gap continuation or reverse. I mean, there are 4 scans in here. A gap up and go. That means the stock, when you get the alert, it means the stock gapped up and then it kept going. Doesn't mean they're going to keep going for the rest of the day. But I mean, when you get the alert, that is what's happened. Gap down and reverse means the stock gapped down and now it's reversing. Gap up and reverse, it gapped up, now it's reversing. And a gap down and go, and then it gapped down and it kept going down. Doesn't mean it's going to continue with that trend for the rest of the day, but it may become interesting. But trading is not easy, guys. I mean, you just because when you get an alert, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. The program is called Trade Ideas. So these are ideas. Yeah, meanwhile, the QTT that was in the momentum scanner. So, I mean, the way I trade, I mean, I'm always looking because most of the things that I see are making new highs or new lows for the day. So my deal is always going to be, okay, great, you made a new high for the day. I'm going to look left on the daily chart, on the weekly and the monthly to see where the next highs are, where it could stall. Okay, now just because even if I see a massive gap doesn't mean I pile into the trade. But for instance, if this, as an example, if this QTT somehow was, found a way in which it would just kind of rest for a bit here, and I looked left and there was a ton of room, like $1 or $2, then it becomes very interesting. Then I'll set a price alert just a little bit above the current price, see if it takes it out on some volume, things like that. Well, you see, it all depends. If you're a new trader, I mean, I'm a momentum trader. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So I'm a momentum trader. I like to see things near the high or the low of the day. Not everybody likes that. Some people like to see stocks that pull back to a certain level. Okay, so if you're new to trading, you have to figure out, this is kind of the key. You have to figure out, what type of trader, what do you think you're going to like to see? That's why if you're new to trading, you should try different things, in our simulator, practice trading in our simulator. The YouTube stream it's exactly like in the main room. It's not as much activity. There's not as many traders in there. They see my screen, they hear me. What happens though is at noon when I do take a break, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. It should be Sean today. I'm gonna have to do a check. So there's no point in going over there. or short, Scotty. It could be long or short. Yeah, I monitor both rooms. I mean, again, they're both virtually the same. It's just that the room you're in is way more active. That's all. This room here that I call the main room, it's way more active. So if you're new to trading, so the question was ideas where to put a stop, okay? Now I haven't gone over, I thought I would take a break today, but I can go over. What time is it? 11:27. So yeah, when you get into trading, what I would try to do is this, make it super simple. I always when you take a trade, first of all, you should be always looking for reasons not to take the trade. All right, you should have some kind of a checklist. Now, don't ask me what and I'm not just talking to you specifically, Rev, but in general for people. I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. I know what mine is, because, most of my scans, most of the things are already going to be checked. In other words, I'm never going to see anything outside of the price range that I like. I'm never going to see anything that has too low volume or too low relative volume, because most of my scans are already going to have that checked. So then I get a new high or a new low, and that's when I was saying I will look left on the monthly, daily, weekly chart to check to see where the next highs are and see if it still has room to run. Okay, so for me, look, I've been trading for a while, so I can kind of size up fairly quickly if I want to take the trade, okay, or not. What I would do as a new trader, in order to put a stop, and the stop meaning, okay, even if everything checks out, even the best trades sometimes just won't work, or the best looking setups just won't work. I would maybe practice this way. If you're going to be a momentum trader, put the stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, okay? That's not what I do. I kind of size up what I see on the chart, say no lower than a 5-minute chart, where I think there might be some support. Okay, and if it breaks down through that support level, that's where I want to be out. But if you're new to trading, the easiest thing probably is to take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a very defined stop area. Okay, the support can be kind of a subjective thing. So, but the low of the previous 5-minute candle, I mean, it's defined. Holly did not get into NRSN. No, the AI has not had any alerts today whatsoever. And if you're asking why it didn't, I mean, it just means that the strategies that made the cut today in the AI, NRSN just one of probably there would have been a strategy within the AI that would have alerted to NRSN, but it obviously didn't make the cut today. Of all the strategies that get optimized, it didn't make the cut. That's all. All right, guys, now let's take a look at CDZI as an example. So the next high looking left is 231. Consequently, I wouldn't take the trade, all right? Looks interesting. It's, relatively low float. It's got good volume. Relative volume is 8.5. But the first thing I see when I look left, I say, well, there's 231. Now, does that mean it's going to stall there? Of course not. 100%. Of course not. But if it can get through that, then you've got like 260 odd, all right, which isn't too bad. I wish all this weren't here, though. I wish it were more of a clear shot before we hit the next high, closer to the, you know, 2.80 to $3 mark. So consequently, you know, I look at this and go, you know what? I'm not in love with it. Doesn't mean it's going to stall here in the next half, you know, in the next 10 seconds, it could just, you know, explode. But, you know, for me, it's just not as good a look as I want. It's on my 10-day daily breakout. One of the scans I'm sharing, the 10-day daily breakout. Not everything I you know is on the shared monitor. You know, it'd be too overwhelming to have it, you know, all these different scans. So, but it's one of the scans that I am sharing. So you have to go to my home page. Okay, you have to go to my home page and go to the scan section and then the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, Rude. You're being a bit idiotic, okay? Okay, so again, stop it. I don't know why you have to say the things you say. I really don't. My emphasis is trading is not easy. It's not that, you know, you can just say, oh, I'm going to fund my account today and then I'm just going to start trading. Yeah, there may be some math to follow. There may be, but it's not necessarily that people can pick up in half a day, okay? So just stop it. MCG, Membership Collective Group. What the heck are you? What do I think of MULN? I mean, I think that it's had a tremendous run. I think it's hard. It's a hard intraday trader because most of the time I see it is up and down. I mean, topping tails and bottoming tails, etc. But you know, obviously, if you ever thought as a long-term play, got in at $1, I mean, it'd be awesome. But I don't know where it's going. I really just don't know where it's going. It's a low float, a huge volume. I mean, 221 million shares. But as an intraday trader, I find it quite difficult. GBS, let's take a look at GBS. So when we look left, the next high is 120. If it can take out that 120, then you've got 140. I mean, again, it's just got all this stuff here. You know, 143. I mean, look, if you got into 118 and got up to 143, that's a nice percentage move. I just would rather not see this. Trade of the week, it's doing okay. ADM was the trade of the week, I guess. ADM. So the trigger was 84.50. So HUSN, okay, I'll take a look at it. Had the big pop in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, look, it is trying, I guess, a little bit of a pop here. No volume though. I mean, that's on my whole thing. Look at the volume. I mean, it's just completely tailed off. Little, I mean, you can kind of see something on the two, but the volume is just completely tailed off. Now, if it takes out three, did have some news this morning. Something called it's Freight 8 or Freight App, something to do with Mexico and all. It's a low float. So yeah, I mean, it could get going again, but I'd love to see some volume come in. Yeah, I typically are under 50. Yes, typically. Most of my scans are set up actually for probably a max of 35. Only because obviously the cheaper ones can give you usually bigger bang for their buck in terms of a percentage move. You're not going to get just give me a moment. You're not going to get NRSN. You're not going to get a almost a 300% move, and at one point it was definitely well over 300% on a stock that a $50 stock or $100 stock. I'm not saying it can never possibly happen, but typically that's not going to happen. So and most of these, it's not that I only look at low flow stocks, but let's face it, most of the time if a stock is doing something crazy, it's because it is a low float. It's not that I won't, if the stock had, 50 million or 100 million, it was doing this, I'd be looking at it. It's not that I don't look at low or higher floats, but speaking of which, guys, this GME, I keep saying it's, this 100 is just a magnet for it again. I don't know where Rubber Toe went. Yeah, it's one of these things in which somebody is there for weeks and months and all of a sudden gone. I hope nothing happened, of course, but I have no idea. Well, Dusty unfortunately passed away, so that happened quite a while ago, 4 years ago or so. Yeah, very sad. Well, first of all, I'm getting ready for my break, Scotty. So I'm not really looking at. Listen, you know, I, my day is in essence. I mean, with the NRSN trade. I mean, I don't really have to do anything. If I weren't in a trading room, I'd be gone. Okay, I'd just be turning off my computer and doing something else. But I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes or so. So I'm not too eager to really do anything right now. I see SD, you're talking about this is on, well, okay. I don't know how easy it would have been to get. That's on Zach's topping play. I don't know how easy that would have been to get. I mean, look at that topping tail. Now the bounce plays. All right, so here's a bounce, but wow, look at this one. It was straight down just about after a little pop up. This is a little pop up, and then market open and just basically straight down. Kind of a bounce play from Zach, but man, talk about, and it's such a low float. Okay, well, if you were, I don't know if you were in the room when I was talking about it, but I said, listen, if it can take out this that high right there, that I think it was 478. I had an alert set there. I said this could get it rolling again, and that was the high of the day. And that was basically, after that, it's just for me managing the trade, okay? But that was my trigger to get in. You know, and I got out some at 540, and then I got out some at 640, and that's it for me. But that was the level. If you were in the room at the time, I said, guys, you know, just keep an eye if it takes out that high right there. Yeah, I do see it showed up in my email at 11:13 Eastern time. All right, guys, let's see. Sell. Oh, there's the red box. RDBX, it just popped a little bit here. This is on Zach's scan also, the topping scan. I mean, look, if this ever, I mean, you know, you're talking about it was going to have to take on about another 60 cents or so. But boy, if it could ever take out that high of Friday, look left. Look left. So, this is classically what I'll do. I'll just put an alert, the high of Friday. Later on in the day, if it takes that out somehow, that'll get me really interested. Why? Because just look left. Look at where it could keep going to. I'm not sure I have Jason. What I've done is I've broken it into individual scans. Okay. So I don't think I have a. Let me just see what this looks like. I may have. You might try this. Now, if you have a layout already up and running, okay? If you have a layout already up and running, make sure that you save your layout to the cloud, Jason, okay? Because, okay, just make sure you do. Now, if you click on that, now what you might see also is the AI. If you don't have our premium service, I did this for I did this for the test drive that completed about a month ago. Okay, but it may not look exactly like what you see, but it'll be close. Otherwise, just go to my homepage and you can start taking a look at individual scans that you might want. Now remember, Brokerage Plus, if you're talking about setting up for Brokerage Plus, are you talking about using it as a simulator to practice trading? Because it's, you know, all you have to do is just click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then the window will load. Yeah, oh, there we go. So there was an alert, I guess, one alert for the AI so far. Just happened at 11:40. Nothing shaking on it yet. but it just happened, so about 6 minutes ago. So a very slow day for the AI today. Meanwhile, STNES, big pop here, and right there is at 1434, so it did take that out. The next high is 1561, so this has some room now, guys. Is that right? I want to make sure. Yeah, 1434, so it's above that high. So the next high looking left is 1561. Again, I'm not doing anything because I'm going to be on a break very soon. So I'm not doing anything, but just pointing something out to you. Now that was one heck of a bounce for you, Zach. Hour. Look at that bounce for hour. 337, 380 now. And again, one of the scans I'm sharing, it'll actually look like it'll come in, it's a docked window, okay, so you'll get both of them. Okay, it's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Not a bad idea. You know what? You want to make life simple? Just pay attention to these all day long. They're not the easiest though, because I mean we're talking about, it's not the easiest to call a bottom or a top, but I mean it gives you something to focus on. Real, good morning. Yeah, NRSM was awesome. Okay, MULN now, yeah, it finally took out 4. So now it looks like that's a new high for the day. And when we look left, we see 403. I think 418 is the next high looking left. Obviously, if it can take that out, then you look left on the weekly. 464 is the next high on the weekly. But I mean, this has just been, obviously coming from 50 cents or so 2 weeks ago. Which, Marco, the scan I showed, you're always looking at the last price. Are you talking about the bouncers and toppers? Which one? The bouncing one? That's the first time it occurred. Okay, as an example. If you're talking about this one. At 1136 and the price was 337. So what I've done on these, the topping and the bouncing, I put a don't repeat. So I want to see that. I want to see the first time we had the alert. I only want to see it the first time, and then I can kind of go. I can go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? Okay. I'm a big fan of that because now, I can create my scans and I can say, okay, great, but when I got an alert like this one, obviously pretty good. NRSN, the first alert at 9:45, price was 231. Obviously that was awesome. So I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened after the alert? That's just a matter of right-clicking and going to Properties. And then there's a Don't Repeat option. And I like for the day, but I mean, you've got your various time frames. I just like for the day. So I can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from that first alert? Because sometimes, I may miss something, right? So I can go, okay, I had the alert, has it moved from there? Maybe it could still be in play, or it hasn't moved very, very much. I've always been amazed how many shorts are available at for MULN. 3 million at Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, CRXT, okay, a real cheap one, guys. But again, look left. Look left. The next highs are around 124. A lot of volume today. Probably a low float, yeah. Up 41%. Didn't see it until now because I don't see anything under $1. So it just popped over $1 and there it goes. Volume coming in. But I look left and I see, man, there's a lot of resistance, between 120 and 130 on that daily chart. So, consequently, I don't take the trade. Now, does that mean it won't, it absolutely is going to stall it? Of course not, but I just try to, have my rules, so I cannot check that box that says, how much room does it have before it hits the next high? All right, it is Sean in our YouTube room at noon. So I'm just waiting for him to take over. By the way, guys, there's another video now, video plus text, I believe. Let me just give this. This is for people starting out. Let me put this in here. I know it's going to be added to my homepage at some point, but it's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas, okay? Before I go. So when you click on that alert, when you click on the link there, Getting Started with Trade Ideas, okay, a little welcome. Here we are. Okay, here we are, some of the traders at Trade Ideas. Okay, and episode 1, download and installation. Episode 2, startup and login. Okay, so this is a great little, this is just put together. Okay, there are some videos. So take the time, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, take the time to take a look at this. All right? I just put the link above you, Scotty. Just put the link right above you. It's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Keep an eye on the inner. I mean, guys, I'm beyond my break, and there's no way I can do this when I'm on my break because this is so. It could be a real challenge, and I'm bound to. I always take a break, at noon. ATUS. Yeah, I mean ATUS. Let's take a look left. Somebody is thank you Omni in their YouTube room. Well, 1239. I mean 1239 is the next high looking left. All right. So I mean if it can take that out, man. I mean the next high is 1472. So yeah, it's got some room. What I would do is just put a price alert at 1239, maybe a little bit above it, and see if it takes it out. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course, but all right, guys, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Sean should be there any moment. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there, we all have different styles of trading, of course. Sean is more of an option player. So I'll put the YouTube link in. And once Sean gets there, I will take my break. Now my break is not really a complete break. I mean, I do a video, and then it's not like I move. I don't wander away really. I'm still here, but I do take a break from the mic. Okay, Sean, and I'm not saying a thing. Okay, Sean. Okay, wink, wink. All right, so I'm just now waiting for Sean. Sean says that he'll be there in a minute, so I'll just wait for him to show up, and then I'll take my break. Scotty, the room is open at 8 o'clock Eastern time, okay, and I hop on the mic at 9, but the room is actually open at 8 o'clock. Even earlier, but no later than 8 o'clock Eastern, okay? Sometimes it's open at 7:30, sometimes 7, but no later than 8 o'clock. And then I hop on the mic at, because I'm still doing some preparation, then I hop on the mic at 9. And I go to 3:30. Oh, I see, okay. Well, welcome. I didn't realize it was your first time. And this is, it's like this Monday to Friday. 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, remember PDD, China stock? Looked really good pre-market. It was an earnings play. All right, Sean. A little tear coming down. Okay, I'll stop my streaming now. Okay, I'll stop my streaming now.
What's happening, everybody? Thanks for the handoff, Barry. Hope everybody's well. Happy Monday. It's the first Monday of spring officially. It doesn't look like it outside my window. It's snowing a little bit right now, but hey, that's the way it is in California. Or California, what am I talking about? Colorado. I got California on my mind because I'm going to be in California next Monday, so I won't be here with you guys. So, changing the focus there. Yes, next Monday I will be hiking in the California National Redwoods Forest. I believe that's what it's called. Long overdue trip, long planned trip. Excited to go with my old friend. Anyway, that's not what you're here to talk about. You are here to talk about trade ideas. This is the live Q&A session. We do these every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. This is your opportunity to ask questions. We are going to focus on the software here. I know in the trading room, if you guys were there with Barry, many of you were, Barry's talking about trading, and that's great. But this is going to be your opportunity to just ask questions about the software. If there's anything you're stuck on, that's what we do here. We do this every day, noon Eastern. So for those of you first timers here, in the chat panel there on your YouTube screen, if you have questions, go ahead and type them in there. I will see them. I will do my best to answer them when I can. My standard disclaimer at the top of every one of these shows is that I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. But anything that I can't answer for you, I can certainly point you in the right direction to get you what you need. So, since it's Monday, and I always like to do this on Mondays. Oh, wait, before we get there, a question just did pop in from Plaza88. Hi, Sean, I just signed on. Did Holly make any suggestions today? My strategy trades is empty. Well, let's pull up the Holly AI channel. And I do see that there is one trade that Holly has done today, this long RADA. If you are not seeing trades show up in here, then two things we need to check. Number one, I'm assuming you are a premium subscriber to Trade Ideas. If you are not a premium subscriber to Trade Ideas, you will not have Holly AI data. You will not see the trades that Holly has done. Okay, that's a premium feature. You need to be on a premium Trade Ideas subscription. So if you're not on a premium subscription, then that's the easy answer. Then that's why you're not seeing any trades in here. Now, if you are on a premium subscription, then what I want you to do is on this strategy trades window right here. Okay, you are, great. I want you to make sure in the filter, see this area here, filter. I want to make sure that you don't have any filters set, because maybe if you have this set to only show the profitable trades, right? Any profitable trades right there, then you'll notice that I don't have anything showing because the one trade that Holly's done today was a losing trade, unfortunately. So make sure you've got that unchecked and all these boxes are empty, and then you should see all trades. And in fact, today there's only been one trade so far, RADA. So Mr. Plaza, check that. Oh, that worked. Okay, great. I thought that might be what it is. Yeah. For people on newer versions of Trade Ideas, I believe it defaults to showing the view where you have it showing just profitable trades only, not all trades. So it depends on your flavor. Oh, Michael, that same issue for you too, huh? Yeah, it's a new feature. The high level on the reasoning for that is, the experience we're hearing from our customers is that they're not taking every trade that Holly takes, but what they are doing is they're looking at the trades that Holly does and they want to get involved in the good trades. So by setting this profitable trades filter, it's only going to clue you into the trades that are working right now. And then if you want to jump aboard a good trend on a trade that's working, it's easier to find them that way. That's kind of the high level thinking on that. So to each their own. I like to see all the trades, but that's just me. Is there a way to hear Holly if I'm on another channel? So Willow Puff is asking, so the nice thing about Holly, when a trade happens, when you're on this channel, you'll hear an alert go off. You'll hear it, if you have it set to the default, it'll be the text-to-speech alert. You'll hear a voice. It sounds like a female voice saying, Tickerard ADA, when a trade happens, right? And what Willow is asking is, when I'm on somewhere else, if I'm on a different layout, right? Like if I'm on a different channel here and I don't have any Holly windows up, can I be alerted to a Holly trade? Unfortunately, Willow, the answer is no, you cannot. You have to have a Holly alert window open on your screen to get the alert. So you don't necessarily need to be on the Holly channel. What you could do is, on any layout that you got, maybe you have a different layout that you've created, a custom layout, right? You can go to your new menu in the TI menu bar and choose Holly Strategy Trades window. Excuse me, I had a sneeze coming. And you could launch a little Holly window here and add it to your layout. Even better, maybe what you do is you put it here and then you minimize it. So it's running in the background. If I open up my tray here, you'll see it's running right here. Okay, I just don't see it. And if I save this layout with that change, then at least I'll know I've got a Holly window running, even if it's just in the background. And then I'll hear those audio alerts when they happen. So that's not the perfect solution, Willow, but I hope it helps. Hi, Michael. Yes, on the docked channel bar, we are making an effort to streamline the channels. If on a regular channel bar, like I've got up here, if I scroll through here, man, we got a lot of channels. And a lot of these channels are redundant and repetitive, and you could probably get rid of half of them. But in the docked channel bar, which if I open up a new, what he's talking about is docked channel bar. If I open this up, you'll notice that the channel bar here is different, okay? And that's because this is kind of the new direction we're taking. We're gonna just kind of streamline it and get the most important channels, the channels that are most important to people, that people are most likely watching. And putting these in here as well as a couple new ones. We got a couple new channels in here like this Explosive Winners and this Fang and Friends. So the docked channel bar is different. So that's why you're seeing the differences. If you want the original stuff, Michael, you'll just have to open up a regular channel bar from the main menu up here. Just go to New and Channel Bar, and there's the channel bar. And now I have two of them open, but this is the original old school channel bar. Okay. All right. Das Pips. I'm looking to create stacking alerts. I like ORB, which is opening range breakout, and would like to add if market diverged. D, resist, break, show up, multiple confirms. How can I aggregate that in a window or alert? Well, what I believe that you're asking here is how can you have multiple alerts all fire in the same window from different strategies? Am I hearing that correct? What you'll want to do is instead of having an individual alert window, well, you'll start with individual alerts for all these different strategies, right? So I got an alert window over here. This is an alert window showing me all-time highs. Okay, so you might want to have an alert for opening range breakout. You might want to have an alert for D, resist, break, whatever that is that you've got, and any number of strategies. You could all have those alerts fire or strategies fire in one window to save screen real estate. So instead of having 5 alert windows all open, you can use what's called a multi-strategy window. Okay, and basically, if I go here, if I go to my menu bar, go to New, choose multi-strategy window. This is where what'll happen. There's nothing in here yet, but if I wanted to add strategies, I would go to the strategies here and hit New Strategy. Now, I need to, well, there's a couple ways to do it. The long way of doing it is you can configure a strategy from scratch this way, right? Go to Strategies, New, and then choose Configure to make a new strategy, but that's kind of the long, convoluted way. If you've already got the alert windows set for those different strategies, which it sounds like you do, what you would do is, if I wanted to move this alert window into this multi-strategy window, I would right-click in the alert window. I would choose Collaborate. Okay, it's going to give me a long, ugly code. Don't worry all about that. Just hit Copy All. Okay, and then come on over to your multi-strategies window. Right-click in this window. Choose Strategies. Choose New Strategy. And choose Collaborate once again. And then you're going to paste this code here. Let's get rid of that one. You're going to hit Paste All. This is that long, ugly code that I saved from over here. And now you can see that I got a strategies column right there. You can see this latest alerts coming from the all-time highs strategy window. Now I would repeat those steps for other alert windows. Okay, so if I had another alert window, let's pretend this is a different second alert window. I would once again right-click, hit Collaborate, hit Copy All, and then come over here, right-click, Strategies. I would choose New Strategy and then hit Collaborate and paste that code right in here. And I would repeat that process until I've got all the strategies firing in one window. There you go. Das Pips just had an epiphany moment. That's what collaborate does. I had no idea. Yes, that's what it's for. All right, so I'm glad I was able to answer that for you, my friend. Okay, TRD, the swing trade channel. Are you talking about the swing trade channel that we've got on the new channel bar, the dock channel bar? Or are you talking about this one right here? Because if I go to this channel bar right here, this is just, like any other channel. These are stocks that are, these are some alert windows that help identify swing trades. I mean, there's nothing more beyond that. There's nothing, there's no magic secret sauce here. These are just alerts that tend to find stocks that are setting up for some good swing trades. Now, let me check something out real quick on the docked channel bar, because I don't want to let the cat out of the bag if it's not out yet. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look like it's in here yet. The team is in the process right now, as we speak, initiative led by Andy, building a new channel that's going to be dedicated for swing trading. It's going to be curated by the team here at Trade Ideas. Woo! I hate to tease new features that are coming if you're hearing this for the first time. But yes, we're gonna pretty soon. I thought maybe it might already been leaked out, but I don't think it is yet. But the guys are working on a curated swing trade channel. When I say curated, it's gonna mean that the real people here at Trade Ideas, myself, Andy, Jamie, Steve, Barry, stocks that we're watching that are setting up for good swing trades, we're gonna throw them into lists that you'll see on this channel when it's created, that will show you some really good setups, and we're pretty excited about that. But that's coming. Going back to you, Das Pips, it would be nice to see if there was a way to show that a symbol had fired more than one strategy. Well, if you have that multi-strategy window open, you will see that stock come through if it comes through on multiple different strategies, right? Like if you've got a breakout strategy and you got an all-time high strategy and you got a cross above a moving average strategy, and that stock fires in all three of those strategies, you will get 3 different alerts for that same stock. So yeah, that is possible. Okay, new direction here. Steve Connor. Hi, Steve. He's got a great question. Let's do this. I'm going to change my channel here. I'm going to go to the TI Strength channel. He's got a great question because this is something that I want to definitely talk about during this session today. He says, I'm new to TI. I'm using simulated trading. Is there a way to move the stop once the trade has been taken? So let me open up my Brokerage Plus window and you'll see the positions that I have open. I need to connect it. I'll log into my simulated trading account. And I've got a bunch of open positions here. So here's all my open positions in Brokerage Plus. And if I click on one of them, let's click on X. Here's the daily chart of X. I got a position on, I'm long, and here's my stop loss right here. Okay, you can see it shown on the chart. Now, there are a few ways to change your stop loss, Steve, but for me, the best, easiest way to do it is just do it on the chart. You can drag and drop your stop loss, right? So if I wanted to move this stop, it's currently at, you can see it in the margins, 28.51 exact price. You could also see it here, 28.51. If I want to move my stop up to, let's say 30, all I need to do is just click on this line and drag it and let go. And now my stop is working at 30.68. It's going to toggle back and forth. I'm on a developer version, but there we go. Now it's working at 30.68. All I did was just dragged and dropped my stop. So easy. That's the way I do it, Steve. That's the easiest way to do it. The other way you could do it is if you go into your trade blotter right here, I might have to, so I got an existing stop loss order already. I just right clicked on the symbol right here where it says modify stop orders. You can go here and, you could use some of these easy ones that are kind of pre-made, or you can enter the exact price. You just go and say, I want my stop to be at 31. Oops. 31.00. Hit add. And then you'll notice, you should notice, yeah, my stop now moved to 31. See that? My stop is working at 31. Okay? But the easiest way is just to drag and drop, Steve. That's the way I do it. I love doing it that way. Yeah, Das, going back to your question from before. Yeah, that's, I mean, the only way to see if a symbol fired more than once is just to scroll through all the alerts and see if it went there. It's not going to, there's a way to get a count for how many times a specific alert fired, but it's only going to be specific to that alert, right? You can see that if it like made new all-time highs, you know, throughout the day, you can see that that alert fired, 25 times that day, but that's only for that one alert. It's not, there's not one count for multiple alerts, okay? All right, so since we are on the TI Strength Alerts channel, this is kind of where I wanted to go anyway. So this is where I like to start the day, or not start the day, but this is where I like to talk about on Mondays, because Mondays is when we get a whole new list of stocks. So let me go here. I'm on a custom Strength Alerts channel, one that I built myself. It's got some things that I like, but let me go to the Strength Alerts channel that's available to everybody in the channel bar. So I'm going to click on Strength Alerts, and this is what comes up whenever you guys launch this. So if you're seeing this for the first time, you'll notice that there's a little what looks like an email, which it is an email. You can just move it off to the side. You can stretch it out. You can scroll through it. So the TI Strength Alerts, what it is, if you're hearing this for the first time, is it is a service that we offer. And it serves up 5 new swing trade candidates every weekend, getting you ready for the open on Monday. Okay, so today, Monday. And basically what it is, these are the stocks right here. Well, actually, you can see the stocks in the newsletter. So let me talk about the newsletter for a sec. This newsletter, this is actually an email that goes out to people who subscribe to the newsletter. If you don't already subscribe to Trade Ideas software, then you could just subscribe to this email newsletter that comes into your inbox every weekend. I believe it goes out on Saturday night or Sunday morning. I'm not sure the exact timing, but it comes out over the weekend. You'll get this email. We offer it for $17 a month. It's a great, great value. If you already subscribe to Trade Ideas, or Trade Ideas software, you do not need to pay the $17 a month for TI Strength Alerts. It's already included free with the software by going to the channel, the Strength Alerts channel in your channel bar. And you'll see right here in this top list, these are the 5 names that are active this week. You see here's WWE, here's WWE in the newsletter right here on the right. So I'm going to close the newsletter down. We don't need to look at that. But what you're probably asking, what the heck is TI Strength Alerts? Well, TI Strength Alerts is it's an algorithm. These are picks that are coming based on an algorithm that we've created, led by our man Michael Noss. We've done the back test. We've done the back trades going back 5-6 years of analysis on this, and we have identified common characteristics of stocks before they go on a big swing trade run. Now, a swing trade is different to everybody, but the way we define a swing trade is a trade that has a duration of multiple days to multiple weeks. This is not a long-term hold. This is not a long-term investment, but we've identified characteristics of stocks, common characteristics that we've observed in stocks that are about to go on a big swing trade move. If any of you are familiar with Investors Business Daily, then you would be you're familiar with the IBD 50 list. Okay, that is the list that they publish that shows stocks, the characteristics of stocks before they go on to become great long-term winners, like long-term investments, right? We've kind of taken that same idea, but just narrowed it to a more shorter time frame, the type of time frame that our customers are into, which is swing trading. And we don't have any fundamental filters for that. It's all technical. It's all based on price action. But the algorithm has defined, has done really well. Now, I want to find this real quick for you guys. I should have had this loaded up ahead of time. I apologize, but let me launch a web browser here. I want to show you why we're so excited about TI strength alerts is because, hey, perfect circle, I think everybody else can hear me. I think it's just you, buddy. Everyone else can hear me. I've been fielding questions this whole time, my friend. So sorry if you can't hear me. Fix something on your side. Anyway, so TI strength alerts, here we are. Why we're so excited about it. Let me just make sure everyone else can hear me. Okay, so we're super excited about the TI strength alerts because look at this performance. This is unbelievable. The white line here is how the S&P, if you invested in SPY over the last 4 or so years, you would have had a great return. Starting at 0, you'd be up about, I don't know, 75, 80% right now. Something like that. Great return. No qualms with that. But look at the orange line, guys. Look at the relative strength. This is our TI strength alert service. If you had done all the trades that we had done, you'd be up closer to 250%. Wow. With a little bit with less volatility, I might add. Now, how did we achieve those results using the TI strength alerts? Now, I'm going to get into the process of how we traded these alerts, at least as far as that back test is concerned. Now, we are not telling you that you have to trade it that way, okay? You can trade whatever makes the most sense according to your risk management plan, according to your needs, according to your comfort level with risk, okay? We give you the ideas, you trade them the way you want. We're confident that these ideas are setting up to be potentially really great swing trades, but how you trade them is up to you. I'll tell you how we did it, how we achieved those amazing results. And it's unbelievably simple. All right, guys? So let's start on day one. Let's say I have $5,000 in my account, right? I got a Roth IRA. I just funded it with $5,000 and I have no positions on. It's just all cash, okay? Day one. So what we did is the TI strength alerts for that week, there's 5 names. All we simply did is we invested an equal amount of money in all 5 names. Okay? So if I've got $5,000, that means I invested $1,000 in ARCO, $1,000 in GBT, $1,000 in FTNT, etc., right? However many shares that buys, okay? However many shares $1,000 buys, that's how many shares I bought. And I did that at the opening print Monday morning, okay? So market buy at the open, buy $1,000 of each of these 5 names. All right. Now, for the rest of the week, what did we do? Absolutely nothing. We did not manage risk. We did not take the trades off at a profit target. We did not get stopped out. We didn't have any stop losses, okay? Which, by the way, probably makes a few of you uncomfortable, myself included. I don't like trading without stop losses. But for purposes of the results that we're sharing here, that we came out with, these are stocks we put on a Monday morning and we held no matter what. Whether the market's screaming higher or if the market was crashing, we held those positions come hell or high water. We held them all week. And then, precisely 7 days later, the next Monday, then we have a whole new list of stocks, because we've got 5 new names that come out every week. And all we did the following Monday morning is exit out of the previous stocks, win or lose, didn't matter. Just exited out, market order to sell at the open. And then whatever cash we were left over with, hopefully a little bit more, but not always. But we started with $5,000. Maybe now it's worth $520 or $5,020, right? We take that new cash and reinvest it into the next 5 names. And that's all we did. Every Monday morning, we closed the old positions, added the new positions, wash, rinse, repeat. And the results are nothing short of astounding. I mean, look at these results. These are phenomenal results, guys, for what is that? 5 minutes of work on a Monday morning? I mean, my goodness. This is why we're so excited about TI Strength Alerts. For those, we have a lot of customers who, maybe you aren't a full-time trader, right? Maybe you have another job. Maybe you have other responsibilities throughout the day. You can't or have no desire to sit in front of your computer screens all day staring at the markets and watching tick by tick how things are moving. If you're one of those people, the TI strength alerts could be something for you to get really excited about. I know I am. I like to use it. And so I use it. And also use it in the simulated trading account here, that these are all my positions here in Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to show you here in a sec. All these positions here are stocks that I got into with TI strength. Now, I do it differently, okay? Now, remember, the way we achieved those results that I showed you is that we were just rotating out of the old names and getting into the new names every Monday. That's how we did the back test. If you want to do it that way, that's great. That should, we can't guarantee it, but that should work for you over the long run. I do it a little differently. I definitely do use stop loss orders. I like to set a stop loss about 5% away from my entry price, okay? And I only like to risk $200 of my capital on any one trade, so that's how I size my positions. And I like to let my stocks run. If they're working, I want to let them keep working, okay? I want them to go as far as they can. I want to hold a stock for several months if I can, if it's working, right? So what I do here is, these are all my open positions. Let's go through them right now. We'll start at the top. This is my biggest open winner right now. So US Steel, X. You can see I bought this stock on February 28th. You can see it here in this column. Bought it February 28th. So I've been in this stock now for almost a month. Got in right about here. Right there. This is the day I got in. Now, this thing's working. No reason to get out, but I do trail a stop loss. I got a stop loss order here, and I adjusted this earlier when I was showing somebody how to change stop loss. So I'm going to move this down. I want my stop loss to be right there. But what I like to do, guys, is when stocks are going my way, I want to move my stop loss in the direction of the trend. You can see here, I love this little feature on with Trade Ideas, is that when you could visually see where your stop loss is. You could also see how much profit you'll walk away with if my stop were to get hit. You can see in my Brokerage Plus window here, I'm sitting on currently $1,200 of open profits, which is great. But if this thing were to roll over and hit my stop, I will likely walk away with about a $542 profit. It doesn't factor in slippage and commissions, obviously, but not bad, right? But I love that I can visualize what my P&L would be at my stop. And so I'm going to go through all these positions real quick and adjust my stops. I like to do this once a week. I always move my stops in the direction of the trend. I never move it down to buy myself more time. If it's not working, it's not working. I want out. But here in this stock, this AR, this had a nice little pullback. I found some support here back on March 14th. I'm going to move my stop right up just below that low from last week. So right there. Pretty easy. Now, guys, there's no heavy math behind my stops. I've been a trader now for 24 years. I just have a feel. I just like to watch charts. I like to look for obvious levels of support and resistance. I want to look for an obvious level where the upward momentum will appear to have been exhausted. And right now, this thing is really ripping, but it's been straight up. There's really no obvious level of support here. So I'm just going to leave this stop where it is now. Hopefully, when the next pullback, it kind of finds some support around here and then resumes higher. Then I'll know that's my new stop loss level. So I'm going to leave that one for now. I'm going to move this one up right below that gap from right here. Actually, move it down just a little bit. Okay. Again, I'm not looking for precise price points here, guys. I'm just looking for areas on charts that are obvious levels of support, or obvious levels that if they were to get price action would come back to it, that would tell me, at least in the short term, the momentum is over. I'm never getting out of the top, guys, by the way. Never getting out of the top. That's never my goal, because I want the stock to go to the moon. All right, so let me just go through here, finish doing my stop loss orders, and then we'll move on and start taking some questions about this. Okay. Lastly, EQR. Okay. The rest are good. Hi, Ajit, I see your questions. He says, but you only wait for entry price before the entry price indicated in the report, or just buy Monday morning, whatever price. Ajit, the way I do it, and the way that these results were achieved here on this graph, this was not waiting for any trigger price. This was simply buying those stocks on Monday morning at the opening print, whatever that opening print is. Okay, we put in those suggested entry prices. What he's talking about for those of you who haven't seen it. Let me bring back this channel here so we can see the newsletter. Oops, not that one. Excuse me. We want. Where'd it go? Where did the swing? There it is. Strength alerts. So what Ajit is talking about is in this newsletter here. If you look at the stocks, they have like suggested entries and stop loss levels. This is for people who like that kind of thing. Okay, we're not saying you have to use these. We're just saying, if you like to wait for a trigger to get into stocks, these are good triggers for you to lean against. Okay, again, they're just suggestions. You don't have to do it this way, but for GDaddy or GoDaddy, if it's above 81.95, that might be a good place to enter, and this might be a good place to stop if that's what you like to do. But going back to this, the way we achieved these results was simply buying at the open on Monday, exiting the following Monday at the open. That's it. Okay, clean and simple. These are just guardrails, suggestions for anybody who wants them. Any other questions on TI strength alerts before we move on? Happy to talk about it. Can you tell I'm a big fan? I'm a big fan of TI strength alerts. All right, so for those of you who may have joined in late, hi, I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin, and I'm here until the top of the hour. This is the live Q&A session where we try to handle any questions you have about the trading software. Okay, so whether you need help creating a top list, you're having a hard time understanding what some of the data on the screen is showing you, you need help building and creating and saving a layout, I'm happy to help you with that. I imagine that most of you here, not most of you, but many of you here are new to Trade Ideas. We've had a lot of new subscribers come in the last month. So if you're seeing some of this stuff for the first time and you have a question about it, please throw it in here. I promise that if you have a question about it, there's a really good chance that someone else will benefit from the answer as well. Boy, you guys seen this NRSN today? I know Barry was talking about it, but this stock, this little $2 penny stock with a market cap of only 76 million, which is tiny in stock trading world, this stock is up 231% just since the open today. It's up 357% on the day. Okay, you can see it up here in the single stock window. But this top list here shows me stocks that are up the most since the open. So the opening print, and man, this thing is, if you bought this thing at the open today, you're up 235% right now. Unbelievable. Now, I don't typically trade stocks like this. I don't trade penny stocks. Anything under $10 a share is not my flavor. But to each their own. If it works for you, work it. And I see the S&P is having a little spooky spook here. Looks like the guys in Trade Ideas, our back channel, are saying that Fed Powell is talking, maybe. Well, great. So guys, have you guys been playing around or seeing these stock races? Man, these stock races, for those of you who are intraday traders in particular, these stock races are really great for showing you action that's bubbling under the surface. So basically what you could do is take any top list you've created. I've taken these two top lists here and built these races next to them. By the way, this is a custom layout. This is my layout, guys. This is the layout that I use every day while I'm trading to keep an eye on the things that are important to me. And these top lists right here are very important to me. I like to see the stocks that are up and down the most intraday, right? Because I'm a trader. I want to know where the action is. But here's the thing. Like, let's take this top list, for example. This NRSN, right? We were just talking about. This stock is up 243%. Unbelievable. That's not normal, right? But if I'm just looking at this top list and I see this, and this is sorted by the change from the open. So I'm just seeing all the stocks that are up the most since the open, but they might not be moving right now, right? Let's find one that's just been going sideways. So here's one. This is the third most up on the day since the open. It's up 15% since the open and had a big move at the open, but now for the past 2 hours, it's kind of just gone sideways. It's done absolutely nothing. Does that mean I need to trade on this thing now? Yeah, it's near the top of my list, but it doesn't necessarily mean I need to get involved, right? But the races shows you the stocks that in fact are moving now. Okay, it's taking stocks from this list, and it might find a stock that's down here at the bottom. It's like GameStop. GameStop's at the bottom of my list, or not just updated. SWI now is at the bottom of my list, but it might start moving, and it's going to pop up in here. And so NRSN, probably just because this thing's totally in play right now, it's just leading the pack because it's just moving like crazy over the last all day. But if I go down here on the down mover, CYRN, look at this. I mean, here's the stock. Boom. This thing just started moving really quick. Now, notice CRN is at the top of my down movers race. But look over here in this top list. I don't even see it. I don't see CYRN anywhere on this list. It's probably down near the bottom. It's in fact, it's off the list. I need to stretch my window out. So that's a stock that I might not have otherwise seen because it's not the biggest down mover on the day compared to some of these others, but right now it's the one that's moving the most. And look at that move, right? So the stock races is great for you to, great way to see movement action, movement as it's happening. Iris, you're asking me to share these top lists. I shared these same top lists with you last week. I remember. What happened? Did you not save them? I sent them to you. Maybe look in your cloud. You probably saved them to your cloud. Go up and open up your cloud account. So in your channel bar here, hit the My Cloud button and look through your files. I'll bet you'll find a up movers since today's open and down movers since today's open. They'll look something like this, right? I remember you asked for these last week and I shared them with you. Jade Pow talking spy dumping. Well, all right. We have action. So guys, I've already talked about what I was hoping to talk about today, which was the TI strength. So from here, it's an open book. Whatever you guys want to talk about as far as software questions, let's do it. We got 20 minutes. If you're sitting on a question we haven't tackled, take us in a new direction. If someone I haven't heard from yet, if you're out there, don't be shy. We're all friendly here, except the Perfect Circle. He's not so friendly. I'm kidding, bud. I'm kidding. You know that. All right, Iris. I'm glad you found it. I knew you had it in there. I knew you saved it. I got you. See if Holly's made any more trades. I was surprised to see she's only done one trade today. Quiet day. Oh, we got a new one. CMC. Got long in CMC. And looks like probably about to get stopped out. Got long CMC before. Oh no, just got in just moments ago. 10 minutes ago. Well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's still live. It's still working. But the thing about Holly is that, and one of the things I like about Holly is that it never forces trades, right? It's keying off of algorithms that are only going to trade if specific criteria are met. And if we got crazy market action, a lot of times the crazy market action prevents the algos from firing because certain criteria aren't being met. And so Holly is really good about keeping us out of dangerous whipsawy markets. Not always, of course, but it's I like that Holly kind of takes it easy on crazy days and is more aggressive on the right kind of days, right? All right. Here's a stock making an all-time high, EQNR. I got a little alerts window here for all-time highs. This is one of my, I get asked about this all the time, one of my favorite indicators. I mean, look, guys, the type of trades I like to do, I mean, there's a few types of trades I like to do, but my favorite trade in the whole world is I like to buy stocks that are making all-time highs. Now, I like to buy stocks that are making fresh all-time highs, not like a stock that's been making an all-time high every day for the last 17 days, right? That means I'm kind of buying at the top, or could be buying at the top. But no, a stock that makes a fresh all-time high, maybe the first all-time high that it's made in the last year, for example, those are my favorite setups. Because, hey, if a stock that had an all-time high of $20, if that stock's going to go on to 200 someday, it's going to make a lot of all-time highs along the way. And there's no resistance. Blue skies ahead. There's no bag holders looking to get out at even up above, right? Because think about it. If a stock's making an all-time high, everybody who's a long holder of that stock, no matter when you bought it, no matter how much size you have, every single person is making money. And people who are making money tend to want to keep making money. And so they tend to not be sellers of a stock like that, right? If it's making an all-time high, no reason to sell, right? Meanwhile, the smart Alecs who are trying to short that stock, thinking that the stock's overextended or whatever the reason is, the people that are short, if a stock's making an all-time high, every single person, hedge fund, whatever, who's holding a short position in that stock, every single one of them is losing money. And the only way to stop losing money when you're holding a short position is to buy the stock back. And that is latent fuel. That's fuel on the sidelines, ready to push the stock even higher. So for me, guys, I love stocks making all-time highs. That's where I find my best trades. I do other trades too, but I just like to know what stocks are making all-time highs. Now, when a stock comes through on that all-time high list, doesn't mean I'm going to take a trade right away. Although this one I kind of like. I just typed on this SLGN. Look at this. The stock had a nice little pullback over the last month and a half. Now we're making a fresh all-time high, breaking out the all-time highs. This is the kind of stock I might want to get into, right? I love these setups. And E just came through. This one, I might be a little late to the party. Maybe not. A nice little high flag pattern. This one could be a good trade, at least for a good swing. But this is probably, if I had to pick one alert window and one strategy to rely on for the rest of my trading life, it would be following the all-time highs list. Those are the stocks I want to get into. Esteban Fuentes, you need penny stocks. Well, bad news. I'm not the penny stock guy. I've got no special insight to offer you on penny stocks, my friend. That's a gambler's paradise, and I'm here to make a living at this business, and trading penny stocks is not the way I can make a living. Few can. So good luck to you. APC, do I trade SPY options? I trade SPX options, which is the same thing, but bigger. But yes, I'm very familiar with S&P options. Trade a lot of them. I'm always trading them. I always have a position on there. Anything about that you want to know? Although this isn't really the time and place to talk option strategies, but if it's easy, I'll answer it. Steve, good question. Can I put a stop in after I take a trade in simulator mode? Yes, you can. Let me show you how to do that real quick. So let's say I want to put a trade on. Let's do a manual trade. Let's do, let me show order entry. Let's bring up this NE. Okay, so we're right here in NE. If I want to buy NE, let's just buy 100 shares real quick. Buy it at market. So I'm going to buy. Boom, boom, boom. This is simulator, so it seems to be going a little slow here. We go to my executions tab and see. Oh, I gotta select my account. Sorry, that's what the problem was. I had to make sure I had to go into the right account. So there we go. Simulated trading default. I'm going to buy 100 shares. Are you doing it? What's going on here? Oh yeah, it did buy it. Okay, there it is. It's showing up there in my blotter right there. If I go to my executions tab, I can see it. So I bought 100 shares of NE. Okay. Now, you can see my little B triangle in the chart. I can see it there. Now, if I want to add a stop loss order after the fact, all I would simply do is hover my mouse over NE in my Brokerage Plus trade positions page here. Just right click on the symbol and choose add stop order. Okay. And I could put my price in. Let's say I want my stop to be at, let's say 33.75. Okay. Click add. And in a moment, it should show up right here on my blotter. There it is. My stop is working at 33.75. It's now live. I can confirm it by going to my orders tab, and you will see there's my NE order, stop order. See, it says stop here under the type column. Stop order is working at 33.75, but you could also see it on the chart. But that's the easy way to do it. So any positions you have on that don't already have stop losses, just right click on the symbol, go to modify or add stop loss order or stop order. Okay? Steve, I hope that helped. Did SLGN make a new high today? Yes, SLGN made a new all-time high today. Shows up right here in my all-time highs alert window. There it is. See? SLGN. And you could confirm it on the chart. I mean, this is a daily chart right here. Boom, boom. Looking good. Michael, how do I set up my all-time high scan? Well, I could show you. I could go under the hood here. If I right-click on this window, go to Configure. We can go, let's move this over here so we can still see it. If I go to my Windows-specific filters tab, you can see these are the filters I have in place. I got an EPS filter. This just filters out ETFs, okay? It's requiring that the stock has a earnings per share value, okay? So that filters out ETFs. I'm looking for stocks above $10 a share. This little filter here, position above, position in lifetime range. I got the minimum of 100, so that means the stock has to be above its lifetime range. Ergo, it's making a new all-time high. And I want the stock to have 100,000 average daily volume. Okay, I don't like to trade illiquid stocks. I don't care about the penny stocks. And I don't care about the stocks that trade by appointment. I want there to be some reasonable volume there. So those are my filters. Okay, just real basic filters. This is probably the most important one right here, the position in lifetime range. Okay, and then as far as the alerts go, I've got just a basic new high alert. I've got the qualifier box empty. And the reason why I could do this is because when the qualifier box is empty, it's just showing you a stock making a new intraday high. Okay. Now, a new intraday high is not the same thing as a new all-time high, correct? Yes, that is correct. But the reason why this works is because I'm getting alerted anytime a stock makes an intraday high. But if you go back to my filter here, this position in lifetime range, the stock has to be above its lifetime range. So therefore, if it's making a new intraday high and it's above its lifetime range, ergo, that's an all-time high. Okay, that's one way to do it. There's another way you could do it. It's not as perfect, I don't feel like, but in the new high alert, you can. Actually, it's not perfect. You could set a number here, days, like say 1,000, and this will show you a stock that's making a new 10,000 day high. I got 10,000 there. I meant to put 1,000, but you know how many days you put there for an all-time high. This was really not an accurate number, right? So I like leaving that as an intraday alert on stocks that are above their lifetime range. So that's how I do that. In fact, if you want me to share this with you, who asked that question? It was, who asked that question? Oh, Michael. I'll share this cloud link with you if you want to load it up on your side. You're happy to use it. I'll hit save and share to cloud. All-time highs, save and share. I'm going to copy this cloud link for you. And Michael, here it is. Oops. All-time highs alert window. There you go. There's that cloud link for you. I just put it in the chat. Oh, there it is for you too as well, Iris. I see that you were asking for it. Okay, great. Okay, let's go back to APC. Do you use an indicator to assist where you buy, and then do you have a rule of thumb when picking an option? Yeah, Perfect Circle. I'm happy to chat with you back channel. You're in my Discord. Hit me up in my Discord. We could talk about it. This isn't really the place to talk about that stuff. This is out of the scope of what Trade Ideas does. So let's table that discussion. But you know where to find me. You can hit me back channel. We'll talk about that. Thanks, man. Nelson asks, any strategies to use Trade Ideas for options trading? So Nelson, this is what I tell people, because we get these questions a lot. We get a lot of options traders that want to use Trade Ideas. And Trade Ideas can be very useful to options traders depending on what it is you're doing. Okay. Now, if you are a expert level options trader who's looking to put on risk arbitrage trades and volatility spread trades and stuff like that, Trade Ideas is not the tool for you. Okay. We don't have the options data that you need. We don't have implied volatility data. We don't have monthly expirations data or different series data. We don't have bids and asks. We don't have, we just don't have the stuff that options traders need. Serious hardcore options traders. But if you are somebody who likes to make bullish bets using call options or likes to make bearish bets by buying put options, you're going to use Trade Ideas the exact same way a stock trader does, because what you're doing is you're just looking for stocks that are setting up in ways that jive with the way you like to trade, right? You're looking for setups. You're looking for stocks that are breaking out. You're looking for stocks like this NRSN that are ripping higher, right? This one probably doesn't have options, but this one might be a bad example. But you're looking for stocks that are setting up. Once you've found that stock that you like, then you could go buy those calls if you're bullish or buy those puts if you're bearish. But you're going to use Trade Ideas the exact same way. Now, one little caveat that I would suggest that you do, just so you're not getting signals on stocks that aren't tradable because they don't have options, is let's say I can add a filter to any of my top list or alert windows to filter out stocks that don't trade options. So if I right click here and go under the hood, go to configure, if I go to the search tab, and if I type in options, you're going to see the entirety of the options data that we have. It's not a lot, okay? And this is all just based on total options volumes, okay? But what you might want to add, and I would recommend that you do this if you like to only trade options to express your bullish or bearish bets, I would choose options, type in options filter, and use this options volume filter, okay? Or maybe options volume today is probably the better one. Add this filter and then set a minimum of 1. This is going to do 2 things for you. Number 1, if a stock is not optionable, then therefore it's not going to have had any options volume trade today, right? So this is going to filter out all stocks that don't trade options. It's also going to filter out stocks that do have options, but the options volume is so low that the options rarely even trade. Maybe you set this number a little higher, like just say like 100, right? If a stock has options and it's only traded 100 options contracts today, that tells me that's a very thinly traded options market with probably very large, very wide bid-ask spreads. So you'll probably want to stay away from those anyway. But at the very minimum, put a 1 in here using the options volume today filter so that at the very least, it's filtering out stocks that definitely do not trade options. So you're not wasting your time getting alerts on stocks that you can't trade anyway. All right. So that's really my riff on options trading. If you're a trader that's looking to make simple bullish bets with buying calls or simple bearish bets by buying puts, you'll use trade ideas the same way an options trader does. Yep, I'll fix that for you later. Sorry, my son just came in the room. He needed some help with something. All right, I got 3 minutes left to hang out with you guys. So any last minute questions, pop them in there. Nelson, what is my Discord? Oh, good question. Let me guys get you the link to my Discord group. Now, guys, my Discord group is just for options trading. So if you're not an options trader, you're probably not going to want to join. But if you are interested in trading options, let me get the little link for you here real quick. Invite people. Okay. Okay, there's a little link there if you guys want to join my Discord. Again, it's just for options trading. So if options trading doesn't interest you, then you won't want to go there. Jeremy, I see your question. You set up auto trading in the simulator on AI, and you had an order that went out bigger than you wanted. That's a technical support issue. You're going to need to hit our technical support team. I can't solve that for you here, especially not with 2 minutes to go. But I'm going to type an email address in here if you don't have this already. info@trade-ideas.com. Send your question there and supply any details that you can, screenshots that you can. The more color and detail you can give the team, the likelier they'll be able to solve your problem quickly. So, who was that? Jeremy? Please send that question to info@trade-ideas.com and they'll help you out. Todd Koo, a good book on options trading. Man, I get that question all the time, and I'm sad to say that I don't feel like there's any good options books. I mean, there's lots of books that have lots of very good information, but they are the driest, dullest reads out there. They spend so much time getting people lost in the math and less time on the why and the how. So I don't know. I'm not comfortable recommending a good option trading book. Sorry, that's not the answer you were looking for, but there aren't any really good ones out there. And I believe me, I've read everything. I've read every book. I've read every trading book. And there are a lot of trading books out there I like, but there are no options trading books out there that I like. Okay, folks, last call for questions. Otherwise, I'm going to give this back to Barry. Let me just make sure I got him in the thing over here. By the way, a lot of great questions, guys. Thanks for all the questions today. We filled up our hour pretty nicely. So, well done. And just as a reminder, we do this every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And on this YouTube channel where you are right now, we've got live content streaming all trading day long. When it's not when it's not the live Q&A, you got our live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson, simulcasting here on YouTube all trading day long. So hang with your people. Find some great ideas. Get help with the software. All that stuff can be done right here on this YouTube channel all trading day long. So don't be strangers. And looks like Barry's going to be coming back in here in just a sec. Okay. So folks, the next voice you hear will be Barry. Have a great trading day. I'll see you all next time.
All right, I just had to take over from Sean back in our YouTube room. I don't know if he's actually exited yet. So I do see that AKN. Wow, the AKN. Man, oh man, that was a well. Again, great. Not shortable for me, so I can't beat myself up too much. AKAN that showed up on Zach's topping scan, but there were no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So, oh, thank you, perfect. Okay. So I'm not going to beat myself up too much. Nile, haven't seen Nile for a while. Oh, I see. Okay, I remember. I just sort of remember it when it was over $1. Yeah, I mean up 45%. I just don't, look at stocks under $1. But hey, takes out $1 at some point. Yeah, may get running again. I mean, it's already at 45%. Huge volume. Double the float. If there's any news on this one. Let me turn on my sound alerts. I wasn't getting anything. Let's see if there's anything happening now. All right, guys, RVNC, it is starting to move a little bit. Starting to move a little bit here. Pre-market high, again, was way up here, almost $20, 1985. More importantly, look left. Look at the potential gap fill. I mean, it's had a decent month, trying to come back. It's had a decent month, definitely. Yeah, I took it just I was waiting on this little break here, so right at this level right there. Again, guys, I don't tell anybody to take stocks, right? As you know, I just say I point out an opportunity, show you what I'm looking at, and if it makes sense to you, go for it. As you know, I sort of salivate over something that has this much of a gap. All right, how'd that STNE do? Did it probably, yeah, I figured it would do, probably come back to Earth, STNE. All right, I will start to pay way more attention now to Zach's topping tails and bounce plays. I like to really look at that in the afternoon. Meanwhile, MULN is continuing, in my opinion, to do kind of its thing. I just find it a difficult intraday trader. I mean, there's an argument to be made that you could have taken it, 350, 360 level and that break there. But even then, you've got these topping tails, and it's just, to me, it's just hard to stay in the trade. You either believe that this thing is just going to keep running and you take some and hold on with a stop, of course. But it's to me, it's a difficult intraday play. Wow, we looked at this one earlier, the CRXT, and it just kept ripping. Wow, this started under $1. I know we talked about this one just a little bit earlier. I think it was just over $1. I thought maybe this 140 level would stop it. Of course, it didn't. Didn't say of course, but I mean, it didn't. And the next high looking left is 247 on the monthly chart. 185 on the weekly chart, I think. 185, yeah, 185 on the weekly chart. So this is just getting rolling here. Interesting. Begins phase 4. I'm not too familiar with phase 4s, but anyway, this was on the 16th. Some news. Well, the thing, I don't know my favorite setups, but I mean, I've got several scans that I look at. Anything, if you go to my homepage and you check the scans that I'm sharing, obviously I'll pay attention to the basic new highs, my watch list. I really like. You see, I don't get too many alerts on these, which is perfect. I do like the 10-day daily breakdown. Nothing happened with it today. I mean, a little surprising, the fact that the market is down. The 10-day daily breakout, but you don't get too many alerts. I don't know if they're my favorite scans. I mean, they're scans that I have up and running. But again, you have to, if you're new to trading, please, you have to, I don't know how new you are to trading, Scotty, but you have to determine your trading style. Yeah, I mean, the 10-day daily breakout or down, I mean, this one especially, when we get the 10-day daily breakdowns and it's an all-time low, it just didn't happen today, but yeah, I mean, I love that one. Especially you get some news on a stock, bad news, either earnings or news on its own, and the stock just craters and it's an all-time low. And it depends on the day, too. It really depends on the day. I mean, the gap continuation or reverse scan gave us some great looks. But it really depends on the day. So, for instance, if the market gapped down at the beginning of the day and then it had a recovery, then this alert from within this multi-strategy window, the gap down and reverse, you could get some golden plays from it. Okay, if the market gapped down and it reversed, things like that. And the reverse is true. If the market gapped up and reversed down, then the gap up and reverse can give some golden plays. So I mean, it really depends on the day too. $300 to $500 a barrel. Okay. I guess I'll be riding my bike everywhere. All right, maybe a little bit more for the RVNC. Well, let's just take a look at the price. The last time I looked, I think it was 10, or no, it was higher. It was 112 or so. So let's take a look at the price. So 114, okay, so 114 for Brent and 102 for 109 for WTI. Yeah, so we are definitely up $6, up $5. So of course, the energy plays, of course, are going to be super strong. It's interesting though, that the crazy little low floaters are not doing it. At least the one that led the way is not doing it. Meanwhile, Marinus is on its way down here, and now it is testing that low of Friday before it had the huge pop. 8.50 is the low. If it takes that out, $8 is the next low looking left. Again, this is an earnings play. Now today it's officially an earnings play. Not shortable for me, CYRN. I see that showing up on Zach's scan. This is a security play. Okay, so a bit of a downturn now for NRSN, guys. NRSN, this could be it. Could be it, especially if it, I mean, it would have to fall a little bit more, about $1. If it took out the lows there, I would think this play could be over for the day. You know, I don't have shorts available, so, but I'll stick an alert at 576. If it takes that out right there, that could be it for the day. Check ADM. Okay. It's the trade of the week. What would you like me to check? The trigger was 84.50, so it's still a little bit above the trigger. You know, if you're in this one, you would hope, I guess 86 holds. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. You would hope that 86 holds. So this is a gap down and go. Blend Labs, almost an all-time low, guys. Almost. Now, it wouldn't be showing up. It's obviously, it is a, no, it is not a 10-day daily breakdown, but even if it was, you know, my 10-day daily breakdown's got a pretty tough filter in there. The relative volume filter, it's got to hit 8. So this would not even come close, but it doesn't mean you can't take trades like this. You know, it's just not going to show up in that scan, but did show up in the gap down and go, BLND. So this market is starting to get a little bit, not scary, but I mean, we've got 45 minutes of straight down, not huge red candles, but you know, straight down. This China stock, BZ, is moving down also. So what is, you know, I haven't really paid that much attention to the China stocks today. The reason being is that when you look at KWEB, you know, it's been kind of choppy. So there's not been, we haven't seen, well, that was an hour straight up, I'll give it that. But, you know, a few of those days last week is either straight down virtually the whole day or straight up virtually the whole day. So that gave great direction for a lot of China stocks. Not seeing it quite like that today. Another one that I'm making a low here, DLO, breaking down on the volume, and 3060, wow, it's got room. I mean, 3065, the market continuing to pick up steam on the way down, guys. You're seeing a lot of charts that look like this that are kind of tracking the market. So we get any topping plays at all, which, you know, probably it's going to be tough to get some topping plays right now with the market doing what it's doing. The topping plays from Zach, they would really have to look at them, assuming you have shorts available. Boy, DLO just broke underneath that whole number also, 33. Not in it. I'm not in this one. Esteban, setting up your charts, okay. Okay, guys, we're now an hour down. Almost an hour, sorry. 45 minutes straight down. Look out if this turns into a big red candle. Right now, haven't seen like a huge red candle yet, but if we get a big red candle, look out. Wow, wow, did it ever. It took out that whole number and just accelerated on its way. I'm not in this one, unfortunately. I was really looking at taking it underneath that whole number, but I did not get it. But DLO, I mean, and it's still got the room. SLO, and now DLO in theory is setting up for some kind of a bounce at some point. That's from Zach's scanner. In theory. SLO. Oh, DLO. He said DLO, yes, yes. That's interesting. I mean, the Indo. Let's see what HUSA is doing. HUSA and USEG. All these low flight float energy plays that were crazy 2 weeks ago. Even though the price of oil is going up, and that's what really spurred it on. They're not in favor right now, anyway. Okay, SCPS. Those of you who play these penny stocks, it just finally became $1. So this is up another one of these really, really cheap ones that are now up 58%, coming from 74, or actually coming from 65 cents. He's kidding. He's kidding about Jerome. I mean, he may have, don't get me, but you know what I mean. He's just kind of kidding. MRNS, Marinus, is again now below that, I think it is, 850, so it's right at the low of Friday. So it's got some room to 8, I guess. It's got room to 8 if it wants to keep moving down. Yeah, I think he's just, all these people in government. But he was just kind of pulling our legs. All right, the SCPS continues here, guys. It had a little pullback underneath $1 again, but now it's over $1. Look at the volume coming in. Low float, 7 million in the float, 2 million have traded. 15 times normal, and again coming into that potential resistance area, but you know what? It may not matter. I mean, look at the volume coming in. I didn't think there were shorts available for SCPS. You got a fill? Okay, well. Yeah, actually take a look at jets. I mean, if the price of oil is going to go crazy, I mean, obviously look at jets, guys. So Zach is saying look at Delta, but you can just take the ETF for the airline industry. I convinced you? All right. No, I do not run all my scans. No, I have a lot of scans there for sharing. Different trading styles are there, okay? I do not run all my scans. I've got this one. So these are the ones you can't see, but remember, don't get too many alerts. That's the whole idea. You can have a few scans. You just got to make sure that, you don't get overrun by alerts. You'll never get anything done. I mean, and all day, these are the only alerts that have come in the basic new highs and lows as an example. It's certainly not a lot. And the other thing is, take a look. I know I put this out before. But this is a nice little way to get started. It takes about 30 minutes, I think, to run through getting started with trade ideas. All right. Now here's another one just showing up, guys. Box D. I haven't seen this one. Box D. Look at Box D. This is a lifetime low. Will not show up in my scan for a couple of reasons. Remember I was saying that must be 8, so it's not going to show up here. Also, the volume is a little light. Doesn't mean it's you can't take the trade or really eyeball it. It just means, in that scan it's not going to show up. But boy, oh boy, this is an all-time low now for Box D. And no shorts available. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So, well, congratulations any of you that can trade MULN intraday. I mean, I just find it a real tough one. I mean, it's just usually, I can't remember the last time I saw it just kind of move up and up and up. I'm not saying they have to go up straight up all day long, but just base a little bit, maybe have a little pullback and then continue, base, continue. I just find it very, very choppy. Yeah, I mean, here's another one, guys. CNPS, this is a gap up and reverse, and of course, down below the whole number, 14. More importantly, look left. Look how much room it's got. 1211 is the next low looking left. So, I mean, it doesn't have a lot holding up on the chart-wise. See, and as the market just keeps going down, this is a pharma. This is out of the UK, so is it really? Is it really shrooms? Mental health care services, okay. All right. Why not? Okay, good, good, good. So I asked the gentleman who looks after my home page to do this. So you notice here now, the getting started with trade ideas is right here now. So I can direct you now that when I go my little spiel, and that's what you should see. Yep. So that's what you're going to see. Okay. It should also be here in the education section. Maybe not. That's okay as long as it's. Yeah, I like it. So this should be one of the first things you look at, getting started with trade ideas, okay? So on my home page, I like it. Boy, you know, Nielsen, NLSN is still strong on the comeback trail. You know, I just couldn't take this one. The volume's picked up a little bit, but the GRNA, what did it get up to? Got up to, wow, it got up to 1324, but I just didn't like the overall volume. But this could keep. I gotta watch this one tomorrow, guys. I'd love to see the volume really pick up for this GRNA because if you look left, look at all the room it's got. 15.90, almost $16. But this may be one of those that just keeps inching up every day on not huge volume, which consequently means I just can't ever really take the trade. Yeah, PDD, after that big spurt in the pre-market on earnings, China play, most of the China stocks were down, but this one was up. But boy, once the market opened, it has just been on the way down. So let's just try something in the simulator, okay? And it'll be the NRSN. Let's just say you were really interested in this one, but you don't want to take it right now, but maybe you would take it if it pulled back to this level, okay? Just to show you how you can do something in the simulator like that. So the level is 570, say 580, okay? So if it pulled back to 580, I'm not saying this is the trade you do, okay? I'm just saying that this is how mechanically how you would do it. So you'd pick how many shares. Let's do 400 shares, okay? And then you would put, what did I say, 580? You'd put 580 in both boxes, in both the price and the stop box, okay? So 580, 5.80, and you'll click the buy button, and you'll see a nice big blue line will appear on the chart. Right there. So it'll take the trade if this pulls back. So a lot of you, that's what you want to do. You want to take pullback trades. That is definitely a style of trading. Again, I'm not saying this is, where you would do it or you would do it with this one. I just wanted to show you how you can do that in the simulator. Okay? Now, you could also do the reverse. Let's say I said, you know what, I'd love to take it if it takes out the high of the day. Well, I do the same thing. Just pick how many shares you want and put that high of the day in two boxes and click the buy button. And you see the blue line at the top, above the current price. Okay? Now, at any point, you could always say, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. You just go to the orders and you right click and it says cancel order to buy. You just cancel it. Okay, so then that line will disappear. And there's another thing I really can't emphasize more is to use our price alerts. All right. So, a lot of times, I mean, you take a look at a chart and you say, man, if it gets to that price, I want to know about it. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you thought, I don't want to know if delta, what I'll do when that is going to be moving. Well, let's take the NRSN, okay, as an example. So NRSN more than likely is going to either move down a little bit, so at 655. Now, first of all, to start our price alerts, click on New, and then the price alerts window. When you do that, if you haven't done it before, of course, this is what you're going to see. So this is the price alerts window, okay? Now, if you've never done it before, of course, it'll be blank. I'm going to get rid of these ones that are triggered. So this is what I do. So first of all, I minimize it. And I also sort on the triggered time column, okay? So if I do get an alert, I'm going to see it right at the very top, okay? And when I minimize it, when I do get an alert, it'll pop up on my screen. Let's see if I can do one. I'm going to put an alert for NRSN just a little bit above the current price. And a little bit below the current price. Okay? So, I mean, there we go. See how it popped up on my screen? Can't miss it. Cannot miss it. And again, well, the RVNC that popped up also, see, you can't miss it. So just minimize it. Now, what I also do, because I have a wireless headset, and so sometimes I wander away from my computer, and so consequently, I can put a price alert on it, or a sound alert. With a right click, actions, and then you play a sound, set up the sound, and then you can pick. Use custom sound, select. These are 3 folders that we have. Each folder has some sound alerts in there. Okay, so the whole idea with Trade Ideas is also to create a unique sound alert for each alert window and a price alert window, and also the AI. So that when you hear that alert, you know which window to look at. Okay? So use our price alerts, because then, here we go, there's the RVNC. See, I don't have to keep looking at it. I don't have to keep looking at a chart to see if anything is happening. I just set a price alert, and then when it happens, it kicks up on my screen. Then I click on the alert, and I can load the charts. And hey, how about that RVNC? It's a little bit choppy, but now it's starting to work very nicely. So if you took that RVNC, just be now, I've taken some out, okay? Just be aware. What was I aware of? Yeah, this high here in the pre-market, okay, was 1988. Now, it may stall it. I don't know. But I mean, man, if we really get rocky on this, I mean, look at the. It's not going to happen today. You know, I'm got to fill that up to 28 today. But boy, oh boy. There are I don't stare at it. In fact, I probably lose sight of it a lot, the VWAP. But there's no question that the VWAP is a good indicator. I'm certainly aware of the 200-day, but probably should pay a little more attention to the VWAP. Usually, the things I see it's not usually an issue, but well, CMPS continues its little road down here. Market is now stalling somewhat. All right, guys. So I've basically taken most out of the RVNC. I was just watching that 1950 mark. But this is something I'm certainly going to have on my watch list going forward for a few days because of all the room it's got, potential breakout, really a big breakout. I mean, it's had 4 nice weeks from the lows of around 13. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Well, obviously NRSN is not over with. Look at this. What a move here. From the bottom of 645, and it popped all the way up almost $1. And some volume starting to come in on the 5 minute. You might have to, I mean, listen, if this takes out this 770 mark again, boy, it could get rocking again, guys, especially if it does it on some volume. You can see the volume trying to come in. What time is it? 1:48. So this has another minute and a half. That candle has another minute and a half bar to close. Yeah, I've seen you here before, Roberg. I'm sure I have, haven't I? Whew. All right, guys, getting close to 2 o'clock. Look at MULN, guys. I mean, I hate to hammer this point home, but I just find it so hard to trade. This doesn't want to usually maintain any sort of a gap. I mean, it's still up 25%. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, it just for me, it's just a very, very difficult intraday trader anyway. Boy, the NRSN, look at this if it takes out that 770 mark. Just, look at this area right there. So that didn't really come. Actually, the VWAP is more down here, so it did not come close. And the DLO continues down. I know it had a little bit of a bounce, but the DLO continues down. Yeah, Rude, listen, man, you know better not to put it in the stocks only. So, boy, if the volume comes in to this NRSN, you can just sort of see. Imagine if you get a volume bar like that on the 15 and had it here. and it pops through the 770 area, it could really get it running again. NXGL. Okay, let's take a look at NXGL. Next gel. A lot of volume coming in. Yeah, it is shortable. It was shortable. It is shortable. Very, I mean, you can see, look at that topping tail. Got right into this, what I consider a big resistance area, and it just stopped. So far, anyway. This is actually an earnings play, March 20, no, earnings after hours today for NXGL. Okay, we have a halt here. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this one. AAMC, is that a news halt? No, it's not. It is halted. AAMC. Is it really? So what, did it change symbols today or something? Because it obviously it looks like it was trading before, but I don't see that it's a. It expects its common stock trading again. Okay, so I don't know if this is an IP. I don't call this an IPO, but I do know what you're talking. It's not an IPO, not a strict IPO. All right, guys, getting not too many new alerts right now. Not sure why this is on my watch list. To be honest, the view is, yeah, I don't think there's very much room. I don't know why that's not. I don't know why that's on my watch list. Because I'm just going to switch headsets. Okay, guys, so not much happening on my end, so I'm going to put myself on mute just for a bit, maybe answer a couple of emails here and there. All the scans are not loading from the cloud. I don't like to hear that because that means I haven't done anything. So, what scan did not load from the cloud? As an example, give me one that isn't. Okay. Okay, low float movers. Let's take a look at that one. Okay, it looks like it's there. Control copy. Maybe you just don't know how to do it, or let me just make sure it is there. I'm pretty sure it is because otherwise I wouldn't have seen the name. There it is. It's in there. Load. Yeah, okay, so you must just not be doing it correctly, okay? It's there. Do you know how to load things from the cloud? Because I just did it. It's, okay, so this is what I do. All right, this is exactly what I do. So here's a scan. So we'll do it again. Low floaters on the move. So here it is right there. I click on the link. I click on the link. Here it is. There it shows up in a new tab. I highlight it, copy it, control copy. And once I've done that, then if I file load from cloud, it should appear right there. Okay, and I can tell it ends in like 35B6, ends in 35B6, so I know that's the right one, and that's it. Then I load it. So I'm not sure what you're doing exactly, but it is. It should just be as simply, I mean, I don't care what scan it is, but as simple as clicking on the alert or clicking on the link, and the minute it shows up in a tab, so it shows up here, and just highlight it, copy it, control copy, so now it's copied. And once you do that, virtually every single time when you file load from cloud, you will see it here. Okay, and then load it, and that's it. So if you follow those steps, it should work. Barry's GME. What did it get to? 99, 99.40. You're right. You got almost there. So let me see. I mean, you should be able. No, I don't know if you can do it that way. I don't know if you can do it that way. Yeah, I see what you tried to do. I think I see what you tried to do. You tried to, did you try to just to copy this or like literally copy that and then paste it in? That won't work. You got to click on the link and then copy the link. He should be on the latest because he just downloaded it today, so he should be on the latest. Okay, good. Well, let's see. It says click here. Click here. It doesn't say copy here. It says click here. And then copy. Anyway, as long as you've done it, that's good. Yeah, so you don't actually link. Well, okay, they're only, without getting too complicated with it. Only two options with our charts. Once you have a chart up and running, you right click, properties. Okay, so you right click on a chart, properties, and then symbol linking. It's either symbol linking is checked or it's not. Okay, when it's checked, that's why when I click on an alert, all of these change because I've got them all checked, so that's why it all changes to the symbol. SPY doesn't change because it's unchecked, okay? Yeah, Don, I don't think so because that formula, yeah, I see what you're saying. Never thought of it like that, but that formula needs to see something to the left or needs to see something to the left. I don't know if there'd be a formula that, because it's got to, I mean, what I would do then, it was just use the lifetime range, and put the lifetime range and put it at 100. Then you're going to see the ones that are at the high. Yeah, I mean, there's no way, obviously, yeah, there's no data to reference. So I would say the answer is no. Yeah, I would say the answer is no, that there's no, like, just no way to do it. Not with any formula that I can think of. But if you're just looking for stocks making all-time highs, I mean, just, use their position in lifetime range filter and put 100 at the min. And then you've got them. Zach was talking about YMTX earlier, so nice little pop here. Look at the volume that came into YMTX. Low float, 7.5 million in the float. Probably by the end of the day, it'll trade the float. 5.7 now, 7.5 in the float. So needs to pick up another couple of million. Might trade the float by the end of the day. Next high looking left is 203. After that, it is 229 or so. What did they do? And you're out of Boston, okay. Don't see any specific news for today. Is it Alzheimer's? Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, I just have to read some news. Okay. Old news for it, but okay. Yeah, Scotty. So my scans will go in cycles. You know, every now and then, what I'll do is I'll check, like you're talking about, the up big yesterday, down big today, or vice versa. You know, I used to use that a lot, and then something happened, and I wasn't seeming to get the same. I mean, the filter requirements are all met, but I wasn't seeming to getting the looks that I wanted. So I decided, okay, I'll just put that aside and load another scan, and I resurrected this one. For the longest time, I didn't have my gap continuation or reversal scan loaded, but I've got it loaded now, and certainly during the day it gives really interesting looks. And the other one can do. I may come to a point next month, tomorrow. I think, you know what, I don't like this anymore. Maybe I load something else and see what's happening. That's why when you create a scan, never ever completely delete it. Save it to the cloud. You never know when you might want to bring it back to check to see how it's working. Meanwhile, somebody took box D. I can't remember who said they took it, and so that's worked out okay. I mean, it didn't have the huge volume, but it certainly worked out okay. I didn't take it. Just a minute. I don't know if you're talking to me, Ori, on Micron. Yeah, it's just one of those ones I just don't look at. It's out of the price range I like. So what did it do? Today it got up to the 200-day moving average and got rejected. It's been sort of hanging around there for the last, well, including today, 4 days. Now, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the more times it gets rejected, then down here is your next level, 68, in theory. VWAP, yeah, VWAP is 77. So Okay, you really have to also take a look at the getting started, okay? Which is okay. I don't mind answering questions, but you really probably should take a look at that 30-minute video, maybe once the market's done, to get yourself really, and also in the user guide, there's a ton of information there. But when you say you want to add, no, volume threshold, I don't know what you mean by volume threshold, but adding, you just have to right click, so on an alert window, or top, if you have an alert window, configure, and then search for what you want. Okay, so if it's some kind of a volume filter, you'll see we've got a lot of volume filters. Okay, as an example. And then all you do is if you find one you want, you highlight it, add the filter. When you add the filter, then it's going to show up like in the list, like this. It'll show up like this with a min and a max, okay? And then it's up to you. I can't tell you what to use for anything in terms of values. But if you're asking how to add things, again, it's just right click, configure, search. You can type in, you see if we've got it, number one. If you're looking to do something with MACD or RSI, people ask all the time, what do you have for this? Well, right click on an alert window, configure, and then search. And you can type it in, you'll see what we've got. If you don't see, if it's not here, we don't have it. So in other words, if you wanted the RSI for 10 minutes, we don't have it. That's why we've created the program, so no programming language to learn. Which can limit sometimes, some people say, well, I need, a 10-minute RSI, and I can't trade unless I have it. Well, unfortunately, we don't have it, as an example. And then you just highlight it, add the filter, and again, a min and a max box. You put whatever values you need. That's the basics. But all that is in if you go to our user guide or check that 30-minute video, that's all in the alerts, like how to create alerts. All right, guys, so I'm just going to bide my time right now. I'm not interested in really doing anything. Trading-wise, that is. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just following some email or some internal discussions. Well, obviously, this one didn't listen to me. I mean, look at this YMTX. It took this out like nothing, this 183 mark, like absolutely nothing. Look at the volume, YMTX. I mean, listen, I mean, if it's, and it's above this 229, the next high over here is 269. This could be taking over from the NRSN now. Not newsworthy as the other one, but just traders are looking for the next one. They miss one. They think, okay, maybe I can find another one. We can all pile into. Well, this was a $23 stock at one point. A couple of years ago, maybe? No, last January. Not this past January, the January before that. EQT, let's take a look at EQT. So some of the China stocks are starting to do this, the gap down in reverse. I just don't know how dynamic they're going to be. I'm looking at KWeb. It is starting to move higher here, KWeb. But I just don't know, how much longer. Like the TCOM one I wanted to short earlier, and now it is reversed. And probably your IRNT also, right? Your IRNT, the same thing as the CYRN. Just looking at, just hit your topping scan. And that has some room. 458. So 458 is the next high. After that, wow, $5. So lots of volume coming into IRNT. Interesting. The market is actually based a little bit and now kind of a nice green bar. You guys, somebody was talking about that BKY earlier. I didn't actually bring it up. BioKey, okay, right to the 200-day moving average, 291. Got right to it, and then it stopped. Will it do it again? And is this another? Yeah, so this is another crypto defense, or I know what I'm trying to say. Cyber defense, not crypto. Boy, this will be on the watch list tomorrow. This box D, an all-time low. Boy, like what's March 15th? So it's already had earnings. So what is going to prop this one up? Thoughts on CENN? Yeah, I don't know if this is not an IPO, number one. Okay, so it's not an IPO. It looks like an IPO, but it's not an IPO. You can tell because the lifetime range, it's only 9% above its all-time low. So when you look at this, you think, well, wait a minute, how can that be when the all-time high looks like it's up here at 325? So we know it's on an IPO. So it probably had a symbol name change. After that, 308 is the next high looking left on the weekly. 254 is the next high on the daily. So, again, for all the reasons, I just don't, for me, it doesn't have that much room. I mean, look, if it takes this out at some point, maybe the 3, but I mean, it's had a tremendous day. Don't get me wrong. 46 million shares, that's, huge volume for it. And this is electric vehicle, I guess. See, this is obviously not men's and boys cut and sew. Yeah, so this is obviously in the wrong sector. Okay, I think what happened is they may have just said, you know what, we're doing an about face, and we're changing sectors completely. It's the only reason I can think of that it's still hanging in this sector. So it's an EV play. Wow, look at this one, like just giving it up. I mean, those are big drops, guys. MULM from 420 down to 310. I mean, that's a big drop. And picking up steam on the way down. Yeah, I mean, now this is only up 3%. I mean, this could easily go negative. This could be it for a while. I mean, that's a big topping tail. And, listen, it had one heck of a run, 80 cents up to 424 in a couple of weeks. So, I mean, it had a heck of a run. Well, I don't expect, I mean, earnings. I mean, I would not expect anybody to think they're going to, you're talking about MULN, earnings May 16th. Yeah, I mean, nobody expects any of these to have anything resembling earnings. It's all the future, of course, what might happen. But right now, this is a big sell-off. Obviously, no, it doesn't take a genius to look at this. This is a big, big sell-off. Whew, guys, I'm falling asleep here. There's no new alerts coming in for me anyway. 2:30, another half hour for me to go on the mic. Room will be open until 3:30. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, AUID is an earnings play showing up in Zach's scan, the topping scan. It's actually an earnings play, AUID. So cybersecurity play, I guess. Now, the interesting thing will be to see what does this NRSN do tomorrow. Does it just completely give it all up, or does it have at least a second day continuation? Yeah, the NRSN. Well, I'm going to leave that in there just to show you. Let's see if it takes the trade on the pullback. almost. Got to what? 5.99, so got within about 19 cents of that pullback level. Well, guys, I may put myself on mute now. I don't normally wait till 3. I'll be here, and if I have to hop on the mic, I will. But I'm just not seeing a heck of a... Well, look at this GRNA. I just wish the volume was a lot more earlier. This would have been awesome to have taken the GRNA. The spread is a little tough right now anyway. 1308, 1326. I don't know. I don't think it was that bad earlier, but... I'm done trading, Zach. I'm done. But the scan is at 436, so like not a huge move. I'm done trading for today, not the week. I don't use RSI on any charts, no, Jeff. That's not to say a person shouldn't. I just don't do it. I don't really have RSI in any of my filters, I don't think, or any of my scans. Zach Scan, I think, has the RSI. I think. Yeah. Yeah, so this has a high RSI, this has a low RSI. But no, I don't have the RSI on my charts. I'm a very, very simple. Just want some volume. I have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. I glance at it. And that's about it. Okay, guys, as we're getting closer to my muting myself, I guess I will just take one last showing of my home page. All right. Hey, listen, and yeah, if it helps, if you're using the RSI and it's helping you, absolutely keep with it, for sure. In fact, I don't do something doesn't mean, certainly that's not a recommendation for anybody else to follow me. The whole thing is, if whatever you're doing is working, keep doing it. So clicking on my home page. Okay, so again, I had them add this one, the getting started with trade ideas. Okay, I really encourage people to take a look at this. This was just set up. Okay, this was just set up now, and it covers the download and installation, startup and login, etc. Okay, toolbar, right click, layout styles. Okay, so I would really recommend. I think it's 30 minutes long. Do yourself a favor. There you go. Off to a great start in 30 minutes. Okay? Well, you can build or you can take mine and just modify. But it's like any other software program, there is a learning curve, of course. So of course here, now this promo code more than likely will expire tonight, okay? 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, the Patty 20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. So it'll probably expire at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. And Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, except today. I don't know what happened to the email. But the trade of the week is ADM. And the trigger, see if it's still above the trigger price. Yeah, the trigger price was 84.50. These are designed not for one-day trades, so don't get hung up and say, well, I missed it. These are designed for swing trades, quite frankly. And it's almost at an all-time high, ADM. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, and then all of the education, again, right here. We have the user guide. Again, if you're new, please, we got this great user guide. Alert windows, top list windows, multi-strategy windows, etc. You want to find more about stock racing right here. Okay, and then the full table of contents. All searchable. Okay, everything is searchable. I would really take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. These are very simple. What is a top list? Build a top list. What's an alert window? It's all text-based. These are all of the basic features really quickly explained. So Chris will be in our YouTube room 3:30 today. He's there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. 3:30 is when I shut down the main room. Before I do shut down, I'll put the YouTube link in. You can head over there and ask him questions about trade ideas. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And the Back to Basics, if you're new to trading, please take a look at this great little series. It starts off with what is a stock? And it's all free. And my scans. Obviously, you need a subscription for my scans, but here they are. You can kind of take a look at them. I don't have them all loaded. So there is a lot of information in these two sections. Just save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. These two sections anytime you want. So again, Scotty, you can take a look at our channel bar. Go to the channel bar, click on new, and then dock channels bar. And then we have all these themed channels. And if you see something you like, you can just save it to the cloud. You know, the momentum scanner as an example. You like this scan, save it to the cloud. Go to another channel, see something you like, save it to the cloud. Save a lot, and then you can start bringing them back one by one. So, I mean, you don't even have to know how to create a scan from scratch. And remember, make sure you save your layout at the end. If you have a layout, make sure you save it at the end. You know, you have File, Save or Share to Cloud. Okay. You can click on Entire, give it a name, save it. You can save it to your computer. I mean, that's saving into the cloud. Saving into the cloud is, well, I'm going to call it almost mandatory, all right? The reason why you should save everything to the cloud is, well, a couple of reasons. 3 reasons. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So right now I'm obviously working on a desktop computer, but I've got a laptop. So all I have to do is just download the program, and then I file load from cloud. I can load my layout, I can load a scan, whatever. So in other words, you obviously don't have to recreate everything from scratch, saving it to the cloud. Another huge reason, it should be somewhat obvious, you know, even if you only have one device, but what happens if something happens to that device? You lose it, it blows up, whatever. Well, pain, but you get another laptop, another desktop, or reformat or whatever you have to do. As long as you saved everything to the cloud, you don't have to again recreate everything from scratch. And the other thing why saving things to the cloud, as I sort of said before, I've got a lot of scans. I mean, if I file load from cloud, you'll see I've got a lot of scans, some different layouts and all that. You know, I don't obviously use them all. I don't use them all at the same time, but every now and then I'll take a look at one that I maybe haven't used for, could be several months, could be several years, and just take a look at it and see, I wonder what this one would be like right now. And all of a sudden I think, hey, this is giving me some pretty good alerts. So maybe I start using it. Maybe I get rid of some scan that I'm looking at right now that's on my layout. And I think, you know what? I'm not loving the alerts I'm getting. I think I'll use this other one that I had. So as long as you save everything to the cloud, don't delete anything. Okay, guys, so the market is just flattening right out. Right out. You know, we've had half an hour, it's just sort of flat. Even before that, I mean, kind of flat and a little pop, but flattening right out right now. Not today, Scotty. Not today. Just know this, I've been a subscriber of Trade Ideas since 2010, just as a subscriber. And a few years later, I badgered them into starting a trading room. But I started out as a subscriber, just like anybody else. Yeah, that was a heck of a short if I had stuck with it or even, really thought about it, is the shorting GME right near 100. Almost got to that 100, 60 cents, and then it just, from there, down. All right, little bounce play from Zach here, the CRDO. Maybe a little late. 212, missed that one. Okay, interesting. Yeah, only had one on the 10-day daily breakdown today. Kind of interesting, even though the market was down, but only one today. Whereas I had quite a few on the 10-day daily breakout on a day where the market is in essence down all day. That's been closed almost a month now, right? RSX. Just take a look at RSX. That was the last trading day was on the 18th. That's wrong. What? Take a look at Yandex. That's what I'm looking at. Okay, so the last trading day for Yandex was on the 25th February. So we're the 21st now, so almost a month. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to put the announcement in. All right, so I'm going to put myself on mute now. Again, if I have to, I'll hop on the mic if somebody asks a question that needs me to be on the mic. Just before I do shut down the main room, I will put the YouTube link in. Again, Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, and he does that Monday to Friday.
looks like the video transfer is good. Checking my audio here now. Alrighty, looks like the. Alright, perfect. Alright, everybody, happy Monday, 3:30. Trade Ideas Late Day Live Q&A with myself here. As per usual, do this as an open forum. So please fire away those questions for me. Can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello? Test, test. Oh, okay. Perfect. Odd. Some days people tell me I'm quiet, and then another day people tell me I'm good. I find it odd because I can't. There is literally nothing else for me to turn up here outside of. No, outside of. I mean, I put the mic a touch closer, and you can like really hear my breathing. I think. Always odd to sound. So again, do this as a an open forum for anybody here. Fire those questions away for me. Very quiet day for me personally. I just made one trade today. I don't know if it's called a scalp or not, but I took an early trade in DD. Sold some at 460, and as soon as it reversed, it couldn't get through 460. I sold it right away at the rest of 455, and that was it. That was all. That was my whole day. Other than that, been working on helping users for the day and trying to play with some custom formulas to help someone with something here. So let's see here. We were racing today, trying some different stuff. I was trying to do some races last week with some options volume involved in it, and I decided to go a different direction today. So here's a top list that I messed with. Let me see if I can find that top list. Here it is. All right, let me share this out. Really not much to this top list. If I could press the right buttons, it'll help. Bring it over first, and let's share that out. Save and share. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I already have it up here. Let me check. What am I doing? Options for race. There we go. All right. And so some thoughts behind this. Boy, one of these days I'm going to press the right buttons here for you folks. Here we go. All right. So first, let's get this over. If anybody wants to load it up, follow along with what I'm doing there. And so we'll start with what I was trying from last week. So last week I created this top list here, and I went in and I said let's look at stocks between $4 and $50. Trade at least 175,000 shares today. Relative volume is 3, and then I put I want them no less than 80% above the low of today. And I had a 300 here, so I changed this today. I had a 300 here for the options volume, but I really wasn't getting many tickers in there. So I decided, all right, if I want to scan for options volume, why not scan for stocks that are strong, or how I want to scan them strong, and then I can sort on options volume instead. So this way I'm not relying on the scan to find the options volume that's strong, in case maybe there isn't a lot of options players out there today. So that's essentially what I did. So I took this one here, and this is what I just shared with you all, and just made it real simple here. Traded at least 200,000 shares today, went in between $4 and $200 just because I'm experimenting with something here, and a relative volume of 3. And then I'm sorting on the options volume today, all right? And so that's going to return me these here, all right? So we can see that real clear here, what the options volume is on these, and some of these are huge options volume in them today. This is a buyout. I'm guessing it's a buyout anyways. I mean, it seems reasonable. But, we could see some pretty strong stuff that's here. And then I raced them throughout the day over here. And goes back to a discussion I was having with Michael Noss over the weekend, and trying to find things that may have call sweeps coming up, or option sweeps in general coming up, with these huge options volumes that are in them, and just see how many races that they won, and see what those daily charts look like, and kind of what's going on there. So trying to find a swing trading setup for these races, what I was really going after with all this. So, and again, it's a twofold, or it's a many-fold system, not even a two-fold system here. I'm telling this, bring me stuff that's trading today, and then I want you to not only show me the stuff that's trading today, some relative volume, some volume shares in general, but then I want you to sort it based on what's strongest in options volume percent today, and then we can take those names and race them. So just taking the topless and the races a step further, where it doesn't just have to be the filters we're scanning on. The filters that we're scanning on bring us stocks, and then we can say, all right, not only do I want you to bring me those stocks, but now I want you to order them differently. Normally I'm ordering all my top lists with change from close percent, but I don't care what's up the most today. I just want to know what's got the most options action in it today. And so that's what I did today. Mike C, what's happening? Happy Monday. So if anybody has thoughts, or want to play around with something, or think I'm missing something, and also, for full disclosure, I know nearly nothing about options, and I literally mean nearly nothing. I know they exist. I understand the difference between a put and call, and I understand volume within them. That's really it. I don't understand playing spreads and all that crazy stuff like that. I don't understand the difference between no trade. I had one. I had to sneak one in, Mike C. Andros, I'm not sure what you mean. You don't understand the difference between what? What is it that you didn't understand the difference between? So Kodak's still going at it today as far as options go. It's a nice tail on that right there. But I don't see it on this list here. Where is it? Why is it not at the top of this here? Interesting. There's CIS. But Kodak isn't the number 2 name here. It is here. Now it's at the top of this one. Where are you, Kodak? Yeah, it's down here at 314. Maybe a disconnect between the refresh of this and where it was with this. In the race, you don't understand like the difference between the windows? In all honesty, at this point, there isn't much of a difference between this and this, I would say. What's going on here again? Oh, and this, the big difference between these two here, the races are happening. This window is this race, and this race is that window. And the difference between them is a position and range for the day filter. That's going to be your difference right there. So that's what's happening for the difference there. So essentially, I'm telling both of these scans to find stocks doing XYZ, but this scan is a little bit different. Then I'm setting the races for those scans essentially. So I'm saying, all right, now you found me the stocks that I want. Now I want you to race them. And this one's racing on options volume contract today, where this one is racing on options volume percent today. And so those are the differences right there. There's just little subtle differences between them. Just playing around to see what the results are and how they affect the races, how they affect the finishers, because there's often times that I find some good moves in some of my races, but they don't win a lot of races actually. So that's kind of what I'm doing with some of this. Just experiment. It's a lot of experimenting that I'm doing. All right, good. Glad I got you sorted. Or if I didn't answer something to your satisfaction, also let me know. I can keep poking and going at it and keep asking questions, and I'll keep at it, of course. And what did the market do today? I have absolutely no idea what the market did today. None whatsoever. You could tell me it was up 1,000 points, and I'd say, oh, cool. Well, isn't that fancy? Got this line that I drew here and bounce right off of it. So now do we ask ourselves, does prior resistance now become support? Today it does. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, interesting, good stuff right there. You are very welcome. Excellent. And again, with any questions or anything like that, fire away. Otherwise, I'll try to pick my brain and come up with something interesting for us all. You change it by, if you go to any race, let's launch real-time race, and we can look here and you see times there, minutes to run is this. All races start with 1 minute by default, they should. And you just put the minutes here. So, I like 3-minute races personally. I have no reason behind it except it's worked well for me for 3.5 months, give or take. So I'm just gonna, one of those things, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And then, the race lanes are 5 by default, and you can change that up to 20. And so now it kind of has me, what I was doing with the sort here has me thinking, there's different ways to go about what I'm looking for. Mess around, let's bring in a top list here. And, we can build anything, and then we can decide to sort on all these different things here, or, come over to the master list and sort by any of these here as another way. Hey, Perfect Circle, how are you? Yeah, Peter, I can see your post testing there. So, just another arrow in the quiver for these races and the top list themselves. Just thinking about, instead of just having to filter stocks with the actual filters, we can sort. So we can, we give our, the simple filters that we want to look at, the price range is something like that. If we wanted to see something that's, going to be up from the close and, really traded today for, just throwing some numbers here and messing around. And then we can say, well, what do we want to sort this on? Because that's great, but now how are we sorting it? How are we deciding what are the strongest stocks that meet this criteria? They're going to filter up to the top of the list. So I'm just kind of thinking out loud here with everybody. And, what if we do options, volume, and contracts today? And check that out. We just got to look at the definitions of some of these things. I'll sort on this here. Let's sort by that. Let's see what we get. Interesting, not a lot. Wonder what's keeping us blocked here. Maybe this change from close. Wonder what happens if we do this. Nada. Not a thing. Let me change that sort. Nope. So what we're saying is there's not a whole lot of volume out there today with stuff doing with relative volume. I got a relative volume of 4 there. Did I do 500,000 or 5 million? That might have been my real problem. 5 million, that was my real problem. I got it. I fixed it. There we go. And let's add that as a column too. Now let's take a look. Now we're cooking with fire. And all I'm doing right now is, I'm messing around seeing, checking out these options, volumes versus, the contracts versus percent, and all these things like that. SWCH, that's an all-time high, right? Yep. Took out an all-time high again today. Wow, what a move. Must have been news there. Spent 2 hours building a scan. We still did a few days ago, tinkering around in stocks like this page. Just say I won't be taking anything that has come through since. That's the that's the thing with the stocks like this page. It becomes very specific. It's like over optimizing an alert window. It's the equity curve is great because it's tailored to the prior market action. Unfortunately. That's why when you go back and when you build something or you go use the stocks like this page, start go with just a couple of key filters that you generally like to use or you think are valuable, and then don't use the exact values they're showing. Use values that are going to open things up, but you're still within the values that have got you your alerts. That's what my 2 cents is on it. And then how much emphasis I put on RSI. I think like any excuse me, any indicator, Peter, I'd say you put as much emphasis as you really want on it. I don't put much emphasis on any indicator, to be honest. The only indicator that I put the indicator that I put the most emphasis on is price, and the second one is volume. Those are the two things that matter most to me. Everything else is secondary. I like to look at them, but there's not much else. I mean, you can take any indicator and make it fit your narrative. Whether it's a pivot line or a moving average. SWCH gives me a great example of this. I like 8 EMAs, all right, but I'm not going to let it make me bias. And this happens to come down, bangs off that perfect, bangs off that perfect. Does that mean every time a stock bangs off the 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart, I'm buying? Absolutely not. But I pay attention to it. The same thing with RSI. When I see something's been heating up, the price and the volume looks good, and we're not overbought yet, and I see like we could still get some room to run to overbought. Yes, I like that. Definitely going to be paying more attention to it. It's gonna, it helps give some weighting to my decision for sure. But no one piece of the puzzle matters more than the other, with the exceptions of price and volume. They're the only two things that determine everything at the end for me. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. One of the big things, as I'm going through the CMT curriculum, it says if you have something that you do well with, if you have an indicator that you're doing well with, that you like, it's working, don't not play it, don't not focus on it, get involved with it, get it involved in your strategies for sure. Right, but what's his, he must have more, Peter, than just buying RSI at 20 or 30. There must be a lot more to that. There's no way just buying RSIs at 20 and 30, because I could probably show you 100 stocks with an RSI in between 20 and 30, or more stocks, and a lot of them are not going to have any kind of quality set up to them whatsoever currently. So you want those indicators. Indicators give us a direction and help give us some confirmation. But remember, every single indicator is lagging. Every indicator is lagging. The only two indicators that are current in time are price and volume. That's it. Everything else lags behind price and volume. Every moving average, every oscillator, the next closest thing, if you want to get down some really hard stuff, but we don't scan for any of it. It's called Elliott waves. They'll be your next closest live indicator, but that's it. Not MACD, not stochastics, none of it. Every single indicator you can list lags price and volume. Every one of them. So, but like I said, if you like RSI, Peter, what I suggest to you is start making it your own. Learn the basics of it, which I think you've started to get a handle of the basics that, 30 is oversold, 70 is overbought. Generally speaking, some people argue 75 is overbought and some people argue 25 is oversold. But generally speaking, the general public will say 70 and 30 are overbought and oversold levels. So with those basics, then you can start to build things. Like I said, I like it when I see an RSI daily on a swing chart and there looks like there's room to run as far as pivot lines go. The volume is increasing, and let's say we're at 50 or 55 on that RSI on the daily. Well, I got room to run both RSI, price to the pivot line, and if volume's increasing, that tells me more and more people are getting interested. That's where I'm taking three puzzle pieces and I'm putting together for myself. And that's what you'll have to do is decide, and you might like those three puzzle pieces too, for all I know. There might be something you don't care about for volume, things like that. But that's how you take it and make it your own. So I just had Stephanie has been helping me with this custom that I was messing around with. Something so simple, and yet I couldn't get it right. And it's why I don't mess with customs. All right, just wanted to message her and thank her for lighting the tunnel for me that I was very lost and dark in. And the worst part is it's something so simple, yet I overlooked it. So, best way to see moving average. Uh, Mitsu, no apologies necessary. Do we have a pre-built pullback scan? Yeah, I got something for you here. Let me take a look what I got going on. And then Peter, best way to see moving average, just have it on the chart. Be zoomed in properly with it. I think when people get a good rapport with any moving average, it'll work for them on all time frames. Like I said, I have a 20 SMA and an 8 EMA on all time frames that I like. And in all honesty, it won't be long probably before I get rid of everything off my charts. I won't. There'll only be price, volume, and pivot lines. That'll be it for me. I don't. I like nice clean charts now. But no, just have it up there. There's no one way to see it better than another, Peter. I would say, just kind of what works for your eyes and your mind. Pullback scan. Sorry, I got lost in the thought there. Pullback. So here's one, and I'll go over what it does. All right, and just I can give you some ideas here also. With sharing this one, and then you can go down all the rabbit holes in the world for making scans. But all right. So here's the scan that I did, and if we right click, we come into configure, all right? And essentially what I did is I used clean this up a little bit, a 5-minute high as the catalyst for this scan, as the alert, the event. So stock's got to be making a 5-minute high to get an alert. Then on top of that, these filters have to be all satisfied. So we'll look at stocks that are in between $5 and $100. They have to be just barely up from the close. Traded 125,000 shares today. Relative volume is 2. And they can't be any more than 60% above the low of today, meaning I don't want it all the way at the high of today. I want it off the high of today. And then I put a 5-day range of 50 cents in there just to try to find stuff that's been kind of moving lately. And let's take a look at what's come through right now for these alerts. All right, so garbage. You can take this and refine it, of course. And so what we're looking at here is, oh, the market closed, so that's not going to help us at all. Hello, Chris. Let's go back through history today. Let's look at history from the day and see if we can find some stuff that was happening earlier in the day. All right, so let's take IVT, for example, and see that came through at 10:37. Not a great alert. VCSA. All right, this is a good alert. So, all right, what we've done is we said, all right, we've established where our high of the day is here already. All right, so we can't be more than 40. We have to be at least 40% below that, but 60% above the low of the day. All right, so there's our numbers. All right, and that's essentially what we found right there. All right, and we got that alert, and that was not a bad alert to get. All right, VIV, same thing. All right, so again, we established a high of the day. We've established a low of the day, all right? And this is moving up in between those, meets all the volume metrics and everything like that, and we get a nice alert through there. And then, you can go back and take this and use it as a template. You may not want a 5-minute high. You may want, one of these other alerts that are in here, like crossed above, what am I looking for? I'm looking for crossed above the open, or you may want, crossed above resistance. One of those items in here. And you may not want, you may come in here and say, I don't care about the 5-day range. Let me get rid of the 5-day range. You may say, I don't care if it's down from yesterday at all, and take that filter out. You might say I need to see more volume than that or less volume than that, or you might say $5 is too cheap. You want to change that into 15, or you might say $100 isn't high enough. I want to see stocks up to $1,000, so on and so forth. You can take that and use this as a template. But just to give you a guide here, and essentially, like I said, what I'm trying to do, that the quote unquote sauce of this is finding stuff that isn't above a certain amount in today's high, or a certain amount off today's low. So I know I can't be near the high, so there's got to have been some pullback on the day. And that's kind of the secret sauce there. Let me know if that helps, if that makes sense. And then on Market Explorer Bull Flag Scan, do the stocks that meet the criteria have to be holding? And if I didn't, Mitsu, if I didn't answer something well enough for you, you want me to dive into something further, or something didn't make sense, let me know. We keep, poking and moving at it, of course. I don't know if there's SMA or EMAs involved. I think there's a lot of position and range stuff involved. Let me message the master. A chart I have appears to be in details page. I'm not sure what you mean, Peter, by that. all good, we say. Perfect. And then, just to, touch on this a little more for you there, Mitsu, you can go back and, this is where I've spent many nights falling asleep at my desk messing around with not just this kind of scan, but any kind of scan in general. I start to get an idea and I'm like, all right, well, what if I do this? What if I do that? And so if you're looking at pullbacks on different time frames, position and range filter, you can go with these, different days. We don't have everything obviously, but 5-day, 10-day, 20-day, 3-month, 6-month, 9-month. So you could also play positions in ranges like that, trying to find pullbacks on different time frames too. We have a change in filter, on some different intraday levels that are here that you can start to plug in and mess around with. Yeah, those just stay for intraday. And then of course the range. If you want range, those are alerts there. Here, we'll come back to the filters here again. And then, you have these intraday ranges, and then you move into some daily ranges here too as well. Oh, Peter, are you talking about the single stock window? Is that what we're talking about this here? And yes, it is I, Michael. If you were talking about this one here, our single stock window, which if you made me take any one item, no, I couldn't take any one item. It's a puzzle. I need all the pieces. But I would not want to trade without that single stock window. Just you go to new and somewhere in here. There it is, single stock window. And that'll bring that up. Mine is defaulted to be these items in here that I decided upon. But like everything in Trade Ideas, a right click, configure, and you can search for whatever you want. You select it, show column, and then you can order the columns how you want to have them. If you want to get rid of something you don't want there, you come to columns here. The left side is a selected, meaning that's what you're viewing, and if you decide, you know what, I don't want market cap, or I don't want this or that, whatever it is, you just highlight it and then move it left to right to the other side, and that's it. It'll be gone from there. I think. Yeah, so yeah, Terrical, you nailed it. Thank you, I appreciate that. So this one here, Peter, the single stock window. Again, go over that real fast again here. New, single stock window. And this is it here. And right click again, configure, and you can add whatever you want to add in there. If you want some SMA values in there, anything like that. You scroll down, find those, whatever it happens to be you want. I can share this out with you too. I mean, this is my default one here. So in my default, I like the hour stock composite rating. I have a daily RSI on there. Distance from the 200 SMA. Do I even use that anymore? Nope. I don't know why this is saved as my default. I don't like that at all. I don't like anything that's in there, as a matter of fact. Here, I'll duplicate this one. Duplicate free floating window. Okay, this one's better. I mean, if you want it anyways, or if anybody wants it, these are the things that I happen to like to look at. I don't probably look at everything that's on here, but I've got the float and short growth. All right, that makes more sense to my eyes now. Cash to debt, days to cover for short float, or for the shorts, your revenue. I like the stock composite rating. There's your daily RSI. This lifetime high, that might be a custom. Yeah, some of these are customs in here, so not going to translate over to you. Yeah, this guy over here, that's a single stock window, Peter. So yeah, my customs aren't going to transfer over to you, unfortunately. But I'll get rid of those customs, and then I can share this out like that. Where are you? Save or share to cloud. Save and share. But again, you can add whatever you like, obviously. And the way that the filters work in this is you have the filters of the top lister in this actually. So there will be filters that exist in alert windows that don't exist in top lists. For example, 1 minute volume. You're not going to find that in here. I don't think you're going to anyways. Let me check. Yeah, no 1 minute volume. But if you want to load up what I've got essentially there, just minus the lifetime high. Yeah, yep, that easy. But like a lot of the stuff in the software, if you don't know, you don't know. There's not something jumping out and telling you that, and that's why I'm here. No, of course I give you that formula. Let me pull up my page here. Actually, I just happened to be in the formula editor for messing around earlier. Lifetime high, where are you? Somewhere in here. Edit. Copy. Paste. And there you go. And now you got it. As anybody that knows me, I love buying stocks that are making lifetime highs. Strength. Okay, perfect. So yeah, if you have it there, excellent, Terrical. Yeah, that's right, because we were doing that with one of these races when I was showing how to do that in the races. Perfect. So then you'll have those in there. And again, if anybody that wants to dive deeper into the formula editor and give you a couple of links here. And the formula editor becomes, unless you're like me and you just, I don't know, I get a brain fart on the formula editor for whatever reason. Like 1 minute I'm like I come up with something crafty, and then the next minute the most simple thing I can't figure out. I don't know why. Um, so there's a video on the formula editor that Michael did. I think it's a great video. And then here is um, here's the section from the user's guide that Stephanie did. That's also very excellent. And she's the queen of customs. I mean, she's absolutely the queen of customs. Copy link address, drop that in here for y'all, and there you go. That's the section on the formula editor there. And then I still haven't heard word back. Did I hear word back? Sorry, there's so many things going on right now. No, Michael, he might be away for now about the bull flag. I didn't get word back, but I think it's more position and range. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's more position and range than anything else than SMAs. But there might be one in there. When I have an answer, I'll let you know. What am I doing here? Did I save that? Yes, saved. Okay. Sorry, so many open things at once here. Oh, and then I wanted to see if I had another pullback scan for you there. Let me take a look in my cloud. If I got anything else here pullback wise. Pullback. And then if anybody wants, here's an entire layout that I created. Very simple scans, all right? And some simple charts in it. All right, but it's a good starter layout. All right, just 3 charts in there, very simple, clean charts, a couple of scans and a single stock window, and that's it. Pull back, pull back, pull back. I guess that's it. I have this here, pull back to the 50 SMA Pro that Andy had shared with me a long time ago. It's a top list though, not an alert window. So if anybody wants that, there you go. There you are. And then here, this is the layout that I just sent everybody. So it's a docked window. So technically if you just save it as is, as that dock, you could have this open with another layout. And so, very simple what I did here. I put a daily chart, a 15-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. I put I went with the 8 EMA, 20 SMA on all the time frames here. And then on this here, I put a 20 SMA, a 50 SMA, and a 200 SMA on this here. And then this is the scan I shared before, that pullback 5 minutes. All right. This is a crossed resistance scan. So if we come into the configure the scan, right click, window specific filters. We're looking at stocks between $4 and $75, 125,000 shares traded today. 3 on the relative volume, meaning they're doing 3 times their normal volume over the last 10 days. 350 1-minute volume, because 1-minute volume is, everybody has it on alert windows. So that means it's doing 3.5 times its normal 1-minute volume over the last 10 days, and it's got to be up 0.2% over the last 1 minute. And then I put this one in here, down yesterday, up today. So kind of a reversal scan. Oh, and both of those scans that I just showed, that one and this one, the selected alert is crossed above resistance. No trading hours selected in it. So what I'm doing is there's an algorithm that decides, or doesn't decide, but it looks at where it looks price has been gathering or having trouble getting above, and it calls that area resistance. And when we cross that, it'll give that alert. You can define the hours it'll look back, or you can leave it open. I prefer to leave it open. It always seems to work better leaving it open personally for me, but of course everybody to each their own. And then again, we look at the filters in here. Between $8 and $100, 150,000 shares traded today. Had to have been down at least 1% yesterday. Relative volume of 3, and then position today's range has to be 25% above the low of today's range. So trying to catch something that might have some room to run on the day after being down yesterday. And that's it. Real clean, real simple set of scans in there, but something to get people at least started. Is everything coming out of here gold? No, but I bet there's definitely some decent winners in there. On a single stock window, why not telling us anything on float? Sometimes some stocks we just don't report a float for. It's not really us, as it is FactSet, and we harass them constantly when something's missing. So if something's blank, it just means that for whatever reason it's not being reported to us, which is trickle down effect, not reported to you. So that's what that'll be, Peter. So like you can see here, VIV, we've got no short float data on it currently, but we can see the actual float is 439 million. And always remember, things like float, short float, days to cover, short growth, those are always estimates. Always estimates. All right. They're based on when brokers are reporting to the exchanges, some other clearing houses and things like that. These people like to drag their feet when reporting. They double report sometimes. There's all kinds of crazy stuff that goes in there. Hard data that's left to no interpretation, your volume, your SMAs, things like that. That's hard data. That's based on, real closing prices, real volume, things like that. There's no interpretation. There's no estimates involved in that. Things like float, short growth, days to cover, things like that. They're supposed to be updated twice monthly. That doesn't mean it happens though. There's always ways around it. These clowns are always finding ways around that stuff. Right, well, USO doesn't have a float because it's an ETF, so there's no float for ETFs. Right. there'll be none of that kind of data for an ETF at all. And BPT, for whatever reason, we just don't have the data. BPT, if I could type, that always helps too. Yeah. Yeah, for whatever reason, we don't have data on it. Interesting. Out of Texas. So for whatever reason, FactSet isn't reporting. I believe that's FactSet and not Quad through NextCore. Sorry, I was catching up on a couple of messages that came into me here. So what else? What else is happening now? Strength alerts didn't have a very nice day today. That wasn't a good feeling. Full disclosure, I put the strength alerts out this week, but really I just picked what was the top 5 in here. So I picked the top 5 on Friday night, and I used my eye the best I could, because I'm going to have to fill in for Michael for a little bit here over the next couple of weeks anyways with the strength alerts. So not a great day from them, but I guess the SPY was wonky today. The overall market was wonky. Let's see. SPY was down 2 points. Dow was down 202 points, and the Nasdaq was down 55 and change. So down day, but it was a down day on fairly light volume. And we can see we got a reversal off the bottom on that. Let's see, GoDaddy follow, reversal off the bottom there. Reversal off the bottom there, kind of, not as much as I would have liked to have seen. Same there. Alright, but those, if we have a nice update tomorrow, these are setting up a little nicer. This closed nice. Let's see what it can do tomorrow. Alright, so perfect circle, hopefully you're here, and anybody else that's curious. Bull and bear flags is actually using Bollinger Bands and looking for them the tightest they've been in 6 months, because tight bands make good flags. So that's what you got there. So you might be well to do if you're really looking to trade those bull and bear flags, throw in some Bollinger Bands on your chart and seeing if or when they've recently poked out. Because if anybody remembers when I did that lesson on Bollinger Bands a couple of weeks ago, let me find a stock here. Alright, so let me add Bollinger Bands to this real fast, because Bollinger Bands, if you want to really upset John Bollinger, make sure to tell him you use them for mean revision. He'll really like that. So the way bands and envelopes are supposed to work, the way John Bollinger created this, is that a poke above them means stock strong, buy. So, we can look here and we could see this poked above it and we moved up. Not too shabby, right? We came back down, all right? And then we poked above. And we didn't get that move up yet, but we poked above here, and that was a nice move off that poke, right? That's a real nice move off that poke. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is how John Bollinger says to do them. He said he tried pattern recognition stuff for weeks and got nowhere. Once I started using the bands, things look much better. I think they're using bands 10 SMA instead of the normal 20. I do have a 20 period EMA, has to be pointed up to define the uptrend, however. So that's how he's doing it. So instead of traditional Bollinger Bands with the 20 SMA and 2 standard deviations off of them, he's using a 10 SMA with 2 standard deviations, but finding them tightening and squeezing. So there you have it, sports fans. Ten SMA and 2 standard deviations is what he used for that band. And you can on a chart here, so for example in my indicators, no. Well, you mean for scanning with the 10 SMA and 2 standard deviations? I guess we could do that. I'm not going to be the person to ask though, unfortunately, because I think it's going to be above my pay grade. As far as the chart goes, that's easy to edit right here because we can go with Bollinger Bands, and look, we can use the period instead of 20. We can put 10 for the period, and then the standard deviation is 2. So now if I watch these bands tighten up. Ready? Actually, they got looser over here. Interesting. So now instead of using a 20 SMA, these bands are using a 10 SMA with 2 standard deviations above and below. For a custom, you'd have to go in and use, SMA underscore 10, and then whatever the standard deviation is going to be off of those above and below it, you'll have to use that, the 2 standard deviations, but I don't know that code off the top of my head. Standard deviation. Where's standard deviation? Maybe that's in the other file. Must be in here. Open that in another tab. That's what I'm looking at here for the codes. Cone recognition, price last, expected open, last price, standard deviation, the 20 standard deviation. So there you go. And then here's your other periods of standard deviation that we offer. So you could use those to do that. The formula and the mathing of it, I will not personally know. But you can send an email here. And Stephanie might be able to help you with that. Yeah, I'd send it in. It's going to go to Stephanie. You're welcome as always, Mike C. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. So, all right, I'm going to wrap up for the day here, folks. Sorry, finding my tabs, make sure I get in the right place. I know, I like to, but just in case anybody else wants that email, that's the email you get us at after hours. So, all right, folks, I appreciate everybody popping in here. As always, pleasure to do this with you all every day. Barry will be back tomorrow morning. Take control of the helm, as he always does, fearless leader of ours. Let's see, tomorrow's Tuesday, so I believe Michael Noss will be here tomorrow at noon Eastern. Barry will be back at 1 Eastern, and I'll be back at 3:30. So, again, I thank you all very kindly, and get us in the after hours at info@trade, and we will catch you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day wherever you are. Thank you, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.